Start the recording.
Be prepared now to open this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review for today, August 28th, 2025. I am Kenneth Woodson, Board Chair. What we will hear initially will be any non-contested matters that are scheduled for today, either the non-pro tunc matters or general calendar matters. So if there are any non-contested matters, I'm asking lawyers representing the law department to come forward, put those matters on the record, and we will then hear from any lawyers representing the city of Philadelphia who are virtual today as well. Before we get started, for all those who are participating today, particularly those who are virtual, if you are an appellant, please pay close attention to your address and/or name when it is called. If it is noted as moot or moot complied, that means your matter has been resolved. So you are certainly welcome to stay to the end of the hearing, or you can go on about your day. The other thing that's really important is that this is a formal hearing. A court reporter is recording every word that's uttered by any of us. And so that means that we need to just allow each person to complete his or her statement and do not speak over someone. Each of you will be given an opportunity to be heard. Please do not speak out of turn or break in. Finally, if you are virtual in particular, this is formal again, so please do not recline in your bed. You should not be in your easy chair, shouldn't be eating or drinking or otherwise socializing because this is a public hearing. You must be dressed appropriately. And finally, if you are in a moving vehicle, we will not hear your case. You must be parked in a safe place. In a moving vehicle, it's dangerous and it disrupts the signal. So we need you to comply with those rules. If you're not compliant, we won't hear their case today. Thank you. Let us move on to any uncontested matter that anyone in the room has that they would like to put on the record. Oh, I forgot one additional matter. We're asking gentlemen, if you're in the room, remove your hat. If you are virtual and when you are called, please remove your hat. Okay? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Melanie Nezich for the City of Philadelphia. Thank you. I have two matters to put on the record. Number 5 from today's list.
Which list are we working, the non-pro tunc list or the regular list?
I have one from both.
Okay.
We can start with non-pro tunc because it's
we scheduling because we have such a long non-pro tunc list. We're asking all of you to just give us matters for the non-pro tunc list initially, then we will come back later. We want to make sure that the appellants are all present and they weren't advised to be here until 1:30. So they may not be in the room or on virtual now.
fair enough.
So non-pro tunc uncontested matters.
And this one is just for the water department. This is number 5 on your list for non-pro tunc today.
Okay.
I believe it's 714 St. Albans Street.
Number 5, no.
Okay, is number 5, sorry, 3750 North 10th Street?
No.
I think you're working from the regular list.
Sorry, yes, number 21 on non-pro tunc. Sorry, I
Okay.
got those mixed up. That would be 3750 North 10th Street, HA 2025-002-010 is moot complied.
That's Carol Higgins. Moot
Yes, sir.
complied. Thank you.
That's all for the water department for the NPT list.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
And again, this is just for the non-pro tunc list. I just wanted to confirm, beginning with number 4, appeal, excuse me. I lied. Now I'm on the non-pro tunc list. Beginning with number 17, appeal ending 001980. And I'm going to address this with number 18 as well, because they're the same appellant and property.
Okay. Give us the address and the name.
6310 Rising Sun Avenue, appellant Abby Richards. And that's 17 and 18. 17 is appeal ending 001980. And number 18 is ending 001981. Both of those matters can be marked moot.
Moot. Thank you. You have anything else?
I do. I'm just double checking. Our list was a little bit formatting got messed up, so
Okay.
please bear with me for 1 second. Moving to number 34. So there are two appeals for 1637 North 59th Street with appellant Lily Wicker. Only number 34, which is appeal ending 002172, is moot. So 35, appeal ending 002173, remains open.
Okay, thank you.
And unfortunately, that does it for the
That's
moots.
it? Okay. Anyone else in the room with a non-pro tunc, non-contested matter?
I don't know if it's proper for me to chime in, but I have a non-pro-tunc matter.
Okay, sir, are you with the law department?
I am not with the law department. I'm
Okay,
representing.
so it's not proper for you to chime in. So we will, do you know your counterpart?
No,
Okay,
There's no
we'll
counter.
get to it. At the end of the list, if it had not been called, then you would be welcome to raise an issue, okay?
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Lee Begelman on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. I have two matters on the non-pro-tunc list, both of which have been withdrawn. I want to confirm for the record. It's cases 1 and 2 on the list. Case 1 is appeal number ending in 000911 concerning 2216 to 22 Spruce Street. Appellant David Singer, trustee of the Michael Singer 2005 GST. It's my understanding that appeal was withdrawn.
Okay, do we have confirmation? Do you need confirmation, Mr. Begelman?
The appellant has told me that they withdrew the appeal.
I had not seen a withdrawal for that one yet. Number 2, I did see a withdrawal for.
Okay, I will send the email that I have. The appellant has told me that they withdrew the appeal and
Did they
received
make a
confirmation.
formal withdrawal?
They told me that they have received confirmation from the board.
Okay, so we'll know that's withdrawn.
Yes.
Thank you.
And case number 2 on the list, appeal number ending 000950, 784 South Second Street, appellant Gregory Damis, Damis. Again, it is my understanding that appellant withdrew his appeal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room with the non-pro tunc, non-contested matter? Okay, I would ask if anyone virtually has a non-contested matter that's on the non-pro tunc list. Please use the raised hands symbol. Virtual. Okay, I'm not getting any responses. So, sir, Mr. Adam Michaels, please unmute. What is the matter that you're concerned about?
Yes, it is 2845 Jasper Street is the property address.
Okay, who is the appellant?
The appellant is 2845 Jasper Street LLC.
Okay, that's number 22 on our list today. Anyone in the room representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia. I'm representing the city in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Michaels, would it be appropriate for you two to have a breakout room? Is there something that we need to put on the record, Mr. Adams? Mr. Michaels, my apologies.
No, I don't believe so. A breakout room would be appropriate.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, does that work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll just watch for the prompt.
Thank you.
They should both see room 2 in just a second.
Okay, if that completes our non-contested matters, we will then move into, oh, we do have more? Okay.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, members of the board. Thomas Guyutsa for the city. We had one more non-contested matter. This was appeal ending 002173 with appellant Lily M. Wicker.
Which address is that?
Sorry, let me pull that up for you.
35?
Thank you. The property address is 1637 North 59th Street. Ms. Wicker and the city have reached an agreement for a city affirm with a 90-day stay of enforcement. Ms. Wicker is in the room if you would like her to confirm.
Is she in the room physically? Oh, Ms. Wicker, would you come forward, please?
Right here.
Okay, good morning, ma'am. Just hit that button to make sure the light's on. It's on. Ma'am, give us your name, please.
Okay, Lily Wicker.
Lily Wicker. Okay, thank you. All right. Just want to understand, do you agree with what the city has put on the record regarding the agreement?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I just need to have that on the record.
Thank
Okay,
you.
is that it?
That's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You excuse for today. Okay, if we don't have any additional non-contested, oh, we do. Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. Just one uncontested matter is number 10 on the Nunc Pro Tunc list.
Yes.
Excuse me, this is the reporter. Could I ask council's name?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
And this is
Johnson.
number 10 on the Nunc Pro Tunc list, HA 2025-001872, 161 West Olney Avenue, the appeal of Jordan Turner. That appeal is moot. The violation's been complied.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a moot matter. Just want to go back to something. There are two cases here under Miss Lily Wicker, who was just before us. Ms. Wicker, both of your matters have been resolved. So you excused for the day unless you need to be here.
I believe Mr. Galuzza is printing out the agreement for her.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Just didn't want you to spend your day here if you didn't want to be here. Okay, that concludes our non-contested matters. We will now move to our hearings regarding regular non-pro tunc issues. So, Mr. Moto, is there a preference in terms of order?
Yes, sir. I have several appellants here in the room.
Okay, let's do that.
Turning your attention, sir, to number 3 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 1084-5141 Pine Street, Wyatt Jones.
Mr. Jones present? Wyatt Jones, are you present? Please come forward if you're present.
So the appellants listed 5518 Walnut Street in their appeal, and notice of this hearing was sent to 5518 Walnut Street on 6/30/25.
Okay, thank you. So who is Wyatt Jones? Oh, now I need to hear from Wyatt Jones. Who is Wyatt Jones? That you, sir? Well, I need the microphone to be over to you, and then I'll need you to be sworn, and then tell me what else is going on, okay?
Okay.
Okay, sir, give us your name and then raise your right hand so you can be sworn. What is your name again?
My name is White, W-Y-T-T, White Jones.
Okay, sir. Can you get a little closer to the microphone? Unfortunately, these microphones aren't as sensitive as we'd like them to be. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Court reporter, are you able to pick his voice up?
Not very clearly, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do. Yeah, if you help him scoot that chair up. Unfortunately, you got to almost eat that microphone, unfortunately. Okay, sir. All righty. Mr. Jones, is your name the only name on the deed of this property at 5141 Pine Street?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'll say this to everyone. This portion of the hearings are about providing whether we will give the opportunity for the appellants to submit a late appeal. And it's called a non-pro tunc hearing. It's a fancy Latin word, which means that we permit you to submit a late appeal. And each of you will be given an opportunity to submit your defense as to why you want to submit a late appeal, why you couldn't submit it on time. The code provides for a 30-day window from the date of revocation or the date of notice of violation to submit an appeal. If you go be 31 days, you now need to get special permission, which what we're doing today is determining whether to give you special permission to submit a late appeal. So in every case, we will ask you why you could not submit your appeal on time. In this instance, this is the first one we're hearing today, 5141 Pine Street, Mr. Wyatt Jones. According to our record, Mr. Jones, the violation notice was February 20th, 2025. You submitted your appeal March 25th, 2025. You were essentially 5 days late. So can you explain to us why you were late?
I was late because I was in the hospital.
Okay. And what dates were you in the hospital?
I don't know. I was there 3 different times. I don't know.
Okay. All right. And you were only one responsible for taking care of your mail and your records and your bills and things?
My wife,
Your wife is here with you today?
yes.
Okay, let's do this then. Slide the microphone over, if you would. Pull it closer to you, ma'am. Would you lean into the mic and give us your name, please? Your name?
I'm Louise Jones.
Speak into the microphone.
Louise Jones.
Louise Jones?
Right.
Okay, and you're Mr. Wyatt Jones's wife?
That's correct.
Okay, would you raise your right hand, ma'am? Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
So help me God.
Okay. Now, can you have confirmed that Mr. Wyatt Jones was hospitalized during this period? Was he in the hospital during this time?
He has been very, very sick for a long time. The doctor told him twice that he was lucky. The doctor told him twice it was a miracle that he was still here.
Okay.
So I was taking care of all the business myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Bigelow, any response?
Just want to briefly note for the record that the petition seeking permission to file the late appeal attached 2 different notices. The first is a notice of intent to cease operations. That was, as you noted, issued on February 20th. There's also a notice of violation also included in the appeal packet under the same case file number. That notice was sent on January 30th, 2025. So there are, I guess two notices that were appealed untimely. As the board knows, the board lacks jurisdiction to hear appeals that were filed beyond 30 days. Only in extreme or non-negligent circumstances with a breakdown of an administrative process, the city asked that the board deny the late appeal.
Okay. All righty. In this instance, we will poll the board and get a response. The appellant should all know that if we vote to permit a late application, your hearing date will be scheduled into the future. If we vote to deny your request to submit a late application, your appeal will be dismissed. Okay. And so in this instance, we will poll the board regarding HA 2025-001-084-5141 Pine Street, Wyatt Jones. Request for non-pro-tunc relief is granted.
Request granted.
Request granted.
Mr.
Request granted.
Jackson? All right. We voted to grant your request. It's within the discretion of the board to make a decision in this matter. So we've determined that we will grant your request to submit a late appeal. Okay? So that means that you will get a letter from the department scheduling your appeal hearing date.
We come back here.
You will come back here. Okay? Either come back here or you can do it online virtually. The administrator will tell you how to do that.
We tried that online before.
Okay.
And we could hear you, but you could not hear us.
Okay.
Every time we called, I answered and you could not hear us.
So the best thing,
So that is why you sent me this.
yes, so the best thing to do would be to come here again. Okay, you'll get a notice in the mail informing you of the new date. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Before we adjourn for a moment, I just want to call to the city's attention. The violation notices say that the responsible party is Jones Wyeth.
This is why.
Well, is the last name Wyeth or is the last
First name is
Wyatt? Pardon?
The first name is Wyatt, the last name is Jones.
That's what I thought you testified and said your name is, and that's what it says on the appeal. That's not what the violation notice says, though.
The violation notice, responsible party matches the information on record with the city's Office of Property Assessment. So that's where that name comes
Well, I
from.
understand. You just might want to check the deeds and just make sure that going into the future, that it reflects apparently the legal name of the appellate.
I can't speak to the legal name of the appellant and what I don't have the deed in front of me right now, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
All
right,
right.
everything's so noted. Okay, let's move on to the next matter. We're done for today, ma'am. You excuse, you can proceed on with your day. The next case?
Calling your attention, sir, to item 12 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 1948 956 North St. Bernard Street, Jahid Jones.
Mr. Jones, if you're present, please come forward. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia.
Afternoon, Mr. Fernandez. Okay, Mr. Jahid Jones, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't think that microphone is on. We take that?
Yes.
Oh, it's on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you'll have to speak louder and pull it closer.
I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Jones, you heard the explanation for today's hearing earlier, I believe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty. So according to the record, your violation date was March 26, 2025. Your appeal was submitted May 20th, 2025. Can you explain the date and why we should grant you your request to submit a late appeal?
Yes, because when I was trying to talk to the city and the LNI people, they didn't tell me how this was like my first time owning a home and trying to put my things together. So they didn't tell me I could make an appeal. They didn't say nothing. They didn't even give me no papers. They just came and told me my water wasn't on, and they boarded the house up. They cemented the house up. They didn't give me no paperwork, and they told me to leave because they said the deed wasn't in my name. Then when I showed
Well,
them,
wait, back up. Is the deed in your name?
yes, I showed them that
Anybody, wait, any other person's name on the deed?
it was my grandma's. It was in my grandma's name.
Whose name is on it now?
Mine.
When did that happen?
That happened like, when did I do that?
Do you have a date stamped on
March,
it?
yes, I think I got the deed here. I do it, and I'm trying to think. I think I did it in March
Of what year?
of this year. I think I probably did it. Let me see.
Okay, because this is noted as an intent to cease. So you weren't living in the house, correct?
Yes, well, I wasn't staying in there.
So
like,
living means
physically.
you, well, that's what I'm asking.
No, I wasn't staying in there yet.
Yeah, okay, so you weren't living.
I was getting the utilities put on so I can live there.
Okay, wait, listen to me. You were not living in the house at the time that the
No,
violation was written.
No, I wasn't
Okay.
living in there.
All right, so it was a vacant property.
It wasn't vacant, but I wasn't staying
Okay, the
there.
definition is that if no one's living there
Oh,
continually,
yes,
it's
yes,
vacant.
It was vacant, but no, I was checking up on it.
Oh, that doesn't mean it wasn't
Oh,
vacant.
yeah, it was vacant, yes. it was
Okay,
vacant. It was vacant.
all righty. And so you should have received a letter, a violation. Did you see the violation notice?
Yes, I received it.
And what did the violation notice tell you in
said-
terms of submitting an appeal?
The violation notice before, like, they came out
Yeah,
and turned the water off, and I mean, sealed the house up.
yeah.
When they sent me the violation notice, I sent the guy, the inspector. the
You haven't
key
answered my question.
no, I didn't. I didn't look on the bottom. I didn't know how I go about it, sir.
But did you read the violation notice?
Yeah, I just read to the part where it said that they was coming to board it, then I got mad and I called down there and was trying to.
Okay,
explain
so
to
you didn't read the whole letter.
I didn't read the whole letter. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I
All right.
didn't. I'm not
All right,
gonna-
let me hear from the
didn't read
city.
whole letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I can represent that a deed was recorded transferring the property to the appellant on March 26, 2025, the same date that the notice of violation was issued. The notice of violation was thus issued in his grandmother's name. You heard the appellant's testimony that he did receive the notice timely and that he failed to read it. States the appeal instructions right there on the notice. There has been no administrative breakdown alleged or any other compelling reason for nunc-pro-tunc consideration to be granted. The application for late appeal simply states didn't get it on time, which is contradicted by the testimony today. And so I would respectfully ask that the board dismiss this application for a late appeal to be heard.
I do have one question, though. Whose name is on the violation notice itself?
The
Who's that with?
violation notice is addressed to the now former owner of the property, Taylor Lorelei Perry.
Okay, what address was it addressed?
It was addressed to the subject premises, 2956 North St. Bernard Street.
Okay. Let's take a short executive session, just for a moment. Back on the record. Sir, when did you receive the notice yourself?
When did I receive the
Yeah.
notice? When I came to the house and I received the notice, they sent it out the 26th. I think I got it like the 28th because I emailed the guy like the next day that I had the deed was in my name that I'm trying to fix all the violations now, that they didn't have to come and seize the house. And I
Well,
emailed.
they weren't going to seize it.
I mean, not seize it, like they was locked, they was submitting the house, they put cement blocks.
Yeah,
up.
okay, because there was according to the violation, which is an alleged condition, is that there was an illegal water hookup. So they disconnected the water and blocked the house up.
No, I was when I first came on the block, me and the neighbor had like an argument, and I think like she must have called like the cops or LNI or somebody, and then next thing you know, they were saying that I had legal electric. They were saying I had
Was that the
legal
case?
water. No, but
Okay.
it wasn't. I told you I didn't lie to you. I said I wasn't standing there at the time.
No,
The electric-
you responded to the wrong question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The question was there unauthorized?
No, it was not.
You didn't hear my question because I'm not finished. Let me finish the question. Was there unauthorized hookup of utilities such as electric and water?
No.
But it was the standard metered electric and standard water meter.
Yes,
Okay,
everything.
all right, but in terms of now, that's irrelevant because the only thing we're dealing with at the moment is whether or not we should permit you to submit a late appeal. And so we just want to establish, you say you saw the violation 2 days or so after the 26th, right?
Mhm.
So that
Yes.
you would have well within sufficient amount of time to submit an appeal. And your testimony is that you didn't read the full violation notice.
Yes, I did. Yeah, can I say something?
Sure.
They was saying that if I emailed the inspector that I got the deed recorded, that he could come out and I could talk to him and I could fix the violations. Like I didn't have to go through all this. So I'm thinking that I could get in touch with. I was trying to get in touch with the LNI people, but I couldn't. So after I see that I couldn't do that, I came down to the municipal building and I explained them my problem. How I didn't know how to go about none of this.
Okay.
I didn't. I'm new to.
One of
I
the- okay.
didn't really know how to come
Sure.
down here. Like
One of the issues that you have, sir, is that the rules of explained in the violation notice.
Yeah.
And according to your testimony
seen
today,
it,
you didn't
yeah.
read fully the
I
violation
didn't
notice.
read it all the way through.
Right,
I
you didn't read it through
Yeah,
completely.
I'm self-responsible. for
Okay,
that.
anyone
Once in a
else,
while.
Mr. Fernandez, anything else you want to add before we vote on this?
No, I would just suggest to Mr. Jones that he contact the water department, get the water situation resolved, and then request a reinspection. That should lift the cease operations in violation at the property.
Okay, did you understand that, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay, all righty.
Sorry.
We will poll the board regarding HA 2025-0019489563 North St. Bernard Street. Jahid Jones, request for non-proton relief denied.
Request denied.
Relief denied.
Mr. Jackson? Oh, you're muted, sir.
Sorry, request denied.
Thank you. In this case, though, Mr. Jahid, the vote that you just heard was to deny your request to submit a late appeal. Okay, so your appeal is dismissed. In the meantime, you can fix this problem by connecting with the water department, getting the water out and getting the re-inspection done if the water department reconnects the water. Okay?
But I was trying, they.
No, I'm
locked me-
trying you from the date forward now. If you like, Mr. Fernandez, is your phone number available for Mr. Jones to call?
Yes, I'm happy to provide it. It's 215.
Write that down. Just one
Can
second.
I put it in my phone? I can't, I don't got no pen, but I can put it in my phone.
Okay, sure. Put it in your phone if you like. And the person's name is on the screen.
I'm ready now.
215-683-5288. Are you calling now?
Yeah, 683-582.
683-5288. My phone is ringing, but I'm not going to pick it up now.
All right, that was me.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
Thank
You
y'all.
excuse.
Thank y'all.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No. You excuse. Have a good day. Okay. Got your sign. Did you sign it? Number 12. It's number 12. Correct. Yes. No, wait a minute. Our next matter, Mr. Moto.
I could bring your attention, sir, to items number 19 and 20. Those are hearing appeals ending 1991 and 1992, 7200 State Road, David and Joseph Lees, Andrea Solomon Esquire, representing.
Okay, is the appellant present? Oh. Afternoon?
I'm actually Augusta O'Neill, my colleague.
Okay, we
on
can put your
training.
name on the record
Oh,
now.
sure.
Mhm.
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, ma'am. O'Neill? Okay, now, yeah, I think you've hit that a couple of times. It's not as sensitive as it should be.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
And now it works. Okay.
okay. And so this is regarding 7200 State Road, David and Joseph Lees. Now, of course, the issue here is whether or not we should grant non-proton relief. I'll just put the dates on the record, then we'll hear from you, okay?
Thank you. And my client is also present this afternoon.
Okay, will they be called as a witness?
You will, yes.
Okay, if ask him to identify himself.
Mr. Lees, can you identify yourself for the board? Looks like he's trying.
I'm sorry, I've never done this before. Yes, my name is David, last name is Lees, Lees.
Okay, sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes,
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
sir. One thing I'd advise you, though, you have an attorney who's sitting before us. So please don't make any unrequested comments or statements. If you need to speak with your attorney privately, we can put the two of you in a breakout room, okay? So I advise everyone has an attorney who spent good money for good attorney, legal advice, follow it. Okay, so what we will do is put the dates on the record, then we will ask your attorney to respond, and she may ask you to respond as a witness. Okay, according to our record, the first violation, which is 1991, the violation notice was July 18th, 2024. The appeal date was 5/22/25, and actually the same dates apply to 1992, which is 7/18/24 and 25. We'll hear, I believe, it probably a singular argument for both. Ms. Solomon, what is your response?
So I just actually wanted to clarify, are you reading your calendar number or are you reading the violation notice number? Because I have a different number for the
The number we're
violations.
reading is the number for the appeal.
Okay, got
Is
it.
the
Okay,
appeal number?
thank you.
Yes, so please.
Yeah, so Mr. Lees, I'm just going to ask you a few questions in front of the board. So can you confirm the violation that was issued to you, the first violation related to your property at 7200 State Road for a use permit for a garage? Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay, and can you tell the board the year that you purchased this property?
2013,
Okay, and at the time that you purchased the property, what was the seller of the property using it for?
a garage for auto repair, stuff like that.
Okay, and could you describe for the board what this property looks like, how many buildings it's comprised of?
Okay, Ms. Solomon, what I'd like to do is to circumvent this to a degree, because what we're really looking at is why the appeal wasn't submitted on time, not the underlying violation. We may not get there
Okay,
if we don't approve the non-proton.
well, this kind of goes to,
But I really would like you to get
Okay.
to why he's late.
okay, understood. Apologies. Mr. Lees, could you tell the board how soon after the violation was issued you received it?
Um,
You received them?
I received right away. I received in the mail, the violations.
And once you received them, what actions did you take?
So at first we trying to contact the city of Philadelphia with no luck, and then we try to go on the Eclipse app. We tried to do that a couple times and was unsuccessful. And then, life gets in the way. And then we started again, and whenever we had spare time, I would try and do that, and it just didn't get any luck with that. And then I went through the old paperwork and found the original lawyer who handled all this when I purchased it. I contacted him, and he said he would look into it, and then didn't hear from him for a while, and found out that he was in the hospital because he had a heart attack. And then that's when I contacted you guys, your law firm, to try and get this resolved, because I have no idea what to do here. I'm not really sure how to handle this.
So would it be fair to say that within 30 days of you receiving this violation, you made efforts to start appealing it?
Yes.
And that included trying to hire a lawyer?
Well, the lawyer was later on. It was it was later on after I wasn't able to do anything myself.
Okay, but you made the efforts that you understood to be necessary to try and appeal these violations?
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
Not at the moment, but if,
Well, we'll hear from the city.
I don't have any questions. I only have legal argument.
Okay, so we'll go to argument then. Any final argument you'd like to make before we hear from the city?
so I just wanted for the board, just to let the board know, my client is a layperson. A lot of people, I think, get confused when they get these letters. And as you heard from Mr. Lees, when he got the letter, he did make efforts to try and appeal it. His efforts were to try and contact the city, try and go on Eclipse, and he did make efforts to try and do so. Then he tried to hire a lawyer. As you just heard, the lawyer unfortunately was in the hospital, and so that was the reason for the lawyers not being responsive. But as soon as Mr. Lees contacted my firm, we did make efforts to start trying to appeal the violations and also work on getting them complied. And currently there is a zoning application that's pending that would hopefully resolve some of these violations. I've been working with Mr. Lees. There's also a tenant who's running the garage, so there's been a little bit of, layers of complication with trying to get in touch with the tenant to try and comply everything.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to confirm, the dates that I'm seeing here are, the notice was issued in July 18th of 2024, and all of these efforts were taking place. However, it still took 11 months for Mr. Lees to file or come to you to file the appeal. So he's saying it took him 11 months that he was working on trying to either get to the city or get an attorney once he received the notice? Is that what I understand?
It sounds like he was making efforts to try
Over
and do it
the course
himself.
of
and
11
then
months.
He was trying to,
Yeah,
over the course of 11 months, he was trying to help himself and try and do it himself. And then he had to do a little investigation to find out who the lawyer was that had been on the,
Thank you.
on the
Yeah.
sale.
And I'm
No, no,
I'm
no,
a,
not, sir, Mr. Lees, just note my advice to you earlier.
sorry.
Okay, we'll hear from the city.
So here I'm just gonna make a brief argument about the facts here. Mr. Lees has admitted that he received the notices timely, and his main focus at that point was to attempt to comply the violations through accessing Eclipse and getting the permissions that were required to comply the violations. He didn't make any attempts to appeal the violations. He didn't testify to that during that time period. And legally speaking, the case law, Safransky versus Civil Service Commission, nunc-pro-tunc relief is only warranted where A, extraordinary circumstances involving fraud or some breakdown in the administrative process which precluded the timely filing, or B, non-negligent circumstances related to an appellant, their counsel, or a third party. Neither of those things has been even alleged here. Additionally, I'm going to go on. The burden to show the nunc-pro-tunc relief is warranted falls on the untimely party, and that burden is a heavy one because the statutory time limit established for appeals is mandatory. If it's 1 day late, it deprives the tribunal with jurisdiction to hear the case. The exception for the allowance of an appeal nunc-pro-tunc is non-negligent circumstances. It's meant to apply only in unique and compelling cases in which the appellant has clearly established that they attempted to file an appeal, but unforeseeable and unavoidable events precluded them from actually doing so. That's Chris versus Wise, Pennsylvania Supreme Court from 2001. I'm just going to say that none of that has even been alleged here, and so the board is without jurisdiction.
Thank you. All righty. We will now, we'll need to vote on each matter separately. We will begin with HA 2025-001991, 7200 State Road, David and Joseph Lees, request for non-pro-tunc relief, denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Mr. Jackson, you're muted. Just one moment to everyone. Having some problems. There you go.
Sorry. Request denied.
Thank you. Okay, now let's move on to number HA 2025-001992, 7200 State Road, David and Joseph Lees, request for non-pro-tunc relief, denied.
Denied. Request denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
There is an appellate right, correct?
Yes, but just one moment, I should put on the record that every appellant has a right to appeal any decision of this board. Should you do so, as legal counsel, you know how to appeal matters to the court of common pleas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Have a good afternoon. Okay, what's that next matter, Mr. Rowland?
Okay.
Our next matters, sir, are going to be the matters, if I can call your attention to items 23 through 26.
Okay, who's representing the city? 23 to 26, would you read that?
Yes, sir. Number 20, item 23 is hearing appeal ending 2040-818 North 40th Street. ABC Construction, doing business as Joe Nugent.
Okay,
Number 20, item 24 is hearing appeal ending 2041-849 North 40th Street, ABC Construction, doing business as Joe Nugent. Item 25 is hearing appeal ending 2042 for 644 through 46 North 40th Street, ABC Construction, doing business as Joe Nugent. And item 26, hearing appeal ending 2044 for the property 843 North 40th Street, ABC Construction, doing business as Joe Nugent.
okay, who do we have present?
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Okay, your name,
Joe
sir?
Nugent on behalf of ABC.
Okay, is ABC a corporate
Yes.
entity?
Yes.
Okay, was the violation written to you personally or to ABC?
It was actually written to the GC, but
To GC? Who is
GC, the
GC?
general contractor,
And who is that?
Costanza. But we're
Okay.
the site contractor representing Costanza.
Okay, that, couple of things, sir.
Yeah,
As a corporate entity, you must be represented by legal counsel.
you let me know.
And two, the person or company whose the violation was written to must be the person who presents himself at the hearing. So GC Costanza or Costanza's attorney should be present, not you.
Understood.
So in this case, we probably need to, oh, this is the second listing.
It
Well,
is,
wait a minute, I
uh,
take that back. My apologies. No, it isn't second listing. This is the first listing.
So I think that we do have the council. I don't think we can dismiss it today since there's the requirement of council. I did speak with Mr. Nugent, and I also believe that if this is continued, this is a case that can be resolved.
Okay, so let's do this. The noted cases will be continued for today to provide opportunity for two things. One, to secure legal counsel, but two, the named party must be the party that submits the appeal. Now, and I guess I need to ask our counsel if you could comment on this, and we probably should do this quietly.
Thank you. Second? Yes, sir.
Okay, we got a unique situation here, Mr. Rolo. We will continue today's hearing. Also, we have an issue of standing. Okay,
I agree.
so we don't want to spend unnecessary time and money arguing over standing the next time.
Yes, I mean, if the board is going to rule, thinks it can rule here about the issue of standing today, I'm fine with it. I just don't
Yeah,
know
we
if we
don't
can
still
do that.
believe that we should do that
Yeah.
because there's no legal counsel.
Exactly.
So we will continue today's hearing, but I would advise Mr. Nguyen to talk to the other parties who were named in the violation to let them know that they should be here present. And for the city, you may have to reissue the violation. I'm not sure, but that's for you to decide how to do that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Just for a moment for the record, we will continue 02040-818 North 40th Street, 02041-849 North 40th Street, 02042-644-46 North 40th Street, 02044-843 North 40th Street. For the record, those matters are continued. Thank you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next?
Returning to the top of the list, sir. Item number 4, hearing appeal ending 11222, I'm sorry. Item number 4, hearing appeal ending 1122, 1211 Belmont Avenue, Ming Zhu doing business as Folkrod Plaza LLC, Henry M. Clinton Esquire.
Okay, is Mr. Clinton present? Is anyone else present representing the interests of 1211 Belmont Avenue?
Mr. Clinton's on the Zoom.
He is? Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Lee Bagelman on behalf of the city.
Okay. All righty. Henry M. Clinton Esquire, please mute yourself and put his name on the record, please.
My name is Henry Clinton, Henry, Clinton, Clinton. My client is also on the call, Ming, Ming, Zhu, Zhu.
Okay, will he be called as a witness, sir?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Zhu, if you're present, please unmute and make yourself known to the board.
Mr. Chairman, before you proceed, I'm going to recuse myself as I have done in matters in which Mr. Clinton is the attorney because we have had a a professional, we have a personal relationship as well as a professional relationship that we've referred matters to each other over the years.
Okay, thank you very much. The record should reflect that Mr. Pincus has recused himself from deliberation in this matter. Thank you. Okay, we have a panel, myself, Mr. Tennant, and Mr. Jackson. So we will hear this matter today. Okay, Mr. Zhu, are you present?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, for some reason, I'm not seeing you.
I can hear him, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I just, for some reason, I'm not seeing him, but okay, we will ask him to raise his right hand to be sworn. Sir, do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, your audios are, oh, there you are. Okay, we need to make sure that you, I'll repeat the, unmute yourself, please. You're muted. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can put your hand down. Okay, regarding this matter at 1211 Belmont Avenue, Folkrod Plaza LLC, the issue here is that a violation was issued July 17th, 24. The appeal was submitted March 27th, 25. And so, Mr. Clinton, the issue here is why should the board issue relief as to submit a late appeal?
Okay, there's a number of non-negligent circumstances that occurred here. First,
Okay.
the notice is dated July 17th. The property was cleaned up by L&I a mere 34 days later to the tune of
Object to any argument about cleanup work that occurred on the property. The issue here is solely the timeliness of the appeal and the reasons for the late filing.
Okay. Mr. Begelman has objected to that line of questioning, and we must sustain that. We really want to focus on your client's reasoning for not meeting the 30-day limit to submit an appeal.
All right, well, that is one of the reasons. I'll do that second, but we'll do the first reason
Okay.
first. I mean, I think I'm allowed to introduce extraordinary circumstances because this is really something I've never seen before. So anyway, Mr. Zhu, notice of this violation went to a property on Gillespie Street, which was tenant occupied, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But now, wait. You went to Gillespie Street. What address on Gillespie Street?
8765 Gillespie Street.
8765 Gillespie. What is the appeal? What does the violation show as the property?
1201 Belmont Avenue.
1201 Belmont, which is separate and different from the subject property, which is 1211 Belmont.
I'm sorry, it's 1211 Belmont.
Okay.
1211.
Okay, all right. And this Gillespie Street is your home address?
No, it was tenant occupied. It used to be my former address, permanent address.
Okay, all right.
And Mr. Zhu, is 1211 Belmont a vacant lot
Correct, yes.
and has been a vacant lot since owned by your company from 2016?
Yes.
And your company has continually cleaned that lot when vandals have broken into the property and dumped concrete and cars and other items over the last 9-10 years?
Objection to relevance.
Okay,
I'll get-
Mr. Litton, what's the relevance of the violation itself?
Mr. Chairman, the relevance is the city charged my client $63,000 to clean this property up. He received the notice of violation on July 17th, and the property was cleaned up a mere 34 days later. So even had he been able to appeal or respond, the city already cleaned the property up.
Okay, but the issue of the cost of cleanup or whether the city acted properly or not is not subject to this board's determination.
Right.
That's a different venue.
I understand, and I have a matter pending before the tax review board also. But
Okay.
the issue is its impossibility of performance. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, even had he appealed it, it would have been for naught because the city already cured the problem.
Well, that's, okay. The issue here is why didn't he submit an appeal timely? And so what do you have to offer in terms of his reasoning for not submitting a timely appeal?
And I understand that. So there's two bases here. One is the notice went to a rental property, not to the vacant lot at where the violation was. And the second reason is, even had he received the notice timely, he couldn't have done anything about it because the city already acted on it and cleaned it up before he would have reacted. So to me, the second reason is that the non-negligent circumstance or extraordinary and compelling reason that my client, even had he performed within the 30-day period, the lot was already cleaned up.
Okay, and so the first argument that you, well, let me hear from the city. Mr. Begelman?
Yes, thank you. There are several issues here in response to Mr. Clinton, focusing solely on the date the violation notice was issued and compared to the date the appeal was filed. This appeal is significantly late, and there really have not been any non-negligent circumstances presented here. The address that the notice of violation was sent to, as Mr. Clinton entered on the record, was 8765 Gillespie Street. That is the same address listed on the appeal form. It is also the same address listed on the deed to this property as the precise residence and complete post office address of the owner of the property, Fulcred Plaza LLC. The notice of violation was sent to the address the city had on record as the address where notices should be sent to. So whether that address was tenant occupied at the time is not a non-negligent circumstance that should excuse the late and untimely appeal.
Okay. Anything else?
There have been issues raised as to the merits of the violation, the city's effort to clean up the property after the notice of violation was sent, which was that occurred outside of the appeal window in the notice of violation. None of those are relevant to the what the board has to decide here, which is whether the untimely appeal request should be granted. And again, there has not been any non-negligent or extreme circumstance presented here that would excuse the untimely appeal.
Mr. Clinton, any final argument before we vote?
Yeah, just kind of reiteration of what I said is, even had we filed it timely, and I understand we didn't file it timely, the repair, the cleanup occurred a mere 34 days after the violation. So it would have been impossible. It's an impossibility of performance argument for us to have addressed the issue, even if we did, because the city already cleaned up the property.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's poll the board. Just one moment, please. Okay, we will now poll the board regarding HA 2025-001122, 1211 Belmont Avenue, Ming Zhu, doing business as Fulcred Plaza LLC, requesting non-pro-tunc relief. Denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
Of course, Mr. Clinton, you have every right to appeal our decision. Thank you very much for your patience and participation.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Have a good day. Okay. Yes.
If I can bring your attention, sir, to items 5, 6, and 7. Number 5 is hearing appeal ending 1127 for 6322 Sackett Street, Prosperity Investment LLC. Item number 6 is hearing appeal ending 1128 for 6320 Sackett Street, Prosperity Investment LLC. And item 7 is hearing appeal ending 1129 for 6320 Sackett Street, Prosperity Investment LLC.
Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, anyone present representing Prosperity Investments LLC? Anyone present?
Yes, hello. I am Jennifer Bazidlo. I am the attorney representing Prosperity Investment LLC. I was just hired less than 48 hours ago, so I apologize if I have not entered my formal appearance in a proper way prior to today's hearing.
Okay, okay. Are you prepared to move forward today, ma'am?
If I could get a continuance, I would be very happy with one, but if it's a necessity to move forward, I will do my best.
We need you to give a definitive response. in
I
terms
would
of
like to
your
I would like to request a continuance if that is
Okay.
possible, just so I can prepare. I am still getting documents from my client right now, as we were waiting for this hearing. It would be very beneficial to my representation if I could have a brief continuance. I
Mr.
understand
Fernandez?
this is the second appearance.
Well,
Sorry.
let's hear from the city. See what, we haven't yet decided what we will do. Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly understand council's request. I would say, given that today is quite limited in scope, just determining the whether the appeal should be heard nunc-pro-tunc, and given that it really should be pretty straightforward with respect to facts that go to that. The city's prepared to go forward, and it would be my preference to go forward, but I do understand, given the circumstances, if the board extends the requested continuance.
But let me inquire just a bit more. Miss, would you pronounce your last name again, please?
Sure, it's Bazidlo. It's 3 syllables, and the Y sounds like an I, if you can see my name.
Baziglo, okay.
Yes.
My apologies. Okay, is your client present to testify today?
I do believe a representative of the LLC is here, Mr. Joey Fang.
Okay, are you comfortable for this very limited scope of determining why they didn't submit a timely appeal? Not the underlying violation, just the timely appeal.
I'll tell you, my concern is that it appears that some of these notices had went to the incorrect owner, but I have not been able to fully research that, and that is my concern about moving forward today, is that I don't want to testify improperly before I've had a thorough chance to research that.
All right. Given that, we will, unfortunately, we are generally not comfortable going beyond 2 listings if we can avoid it. So what we're going to do is permit a continuance to allow you to get up to speed on this matter, but requiring that it must be heard the next time it's listed. Okay?
That's 100% acceptable to me.
Mr.
Thank you so
Fernandez,
much.
That's what we will do in those matters, okay?
Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what's the next?
1 second, sir. Calling your attention to item 8 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 1824, 157 through 77 West Clearfield Street, Christopher Milano.
Good afternoon, Maria Aquino on behalf of the city, AQUINO.
This is regarding 157 to 77 West Clearfield Street?
That's right.
Okay. The appellant is Christopher Milano. Is anyone present representing the interests of 157-77 West Clearfield Street? Anyone present? I see a name, Christopher Milano. Is there Christopher Milano? So if you're present, sir, please make yourself known to the panel and unmute yourself. I think I see someone walking around.
I sent him a prompt to unmute, sir.
Let's do this. We're going to pass this matter and come back to it. And if he comes on, we will, wait a minute. Mr. Milano, can you unmute yourself? Mr. Milano, please unmute yourself. Is he not hearing us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Milano. Can you hear us, sir?
I can send him an email in the meantime.
I spoke to him a little earlier today.
I'm here.
Okay. All right, Mr. Milano, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, sir, it appears that you are in a vehicle. Are you moving or you parked?
Parked.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we proceed, Mr. Milano, this violation notice, was it written to you personally as an individual?
To the business.
It was written to the business. Is the business incorporated?
No.
It is not an LLC or corporate
Yes,
ownership?
it is. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, it's an LC.
Okay, so, sir, you need to be represented by legal counsel. That's in the notice that you received.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't help us. Why aren't you represented by legal counsel today?
I'm not represented by legal counsel because I had submitted for a permit. I was trying to do everything before the hearing today, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna be assisting this meeting today, so I didn't get representation.
Okay, I'm not clear what you just said, but what
I
I
was
will
trying
say to
to.
you, but that doesn't, be clear. In order for you to appeal those violation notices, in order for you to move forward, you need to have a lawyer who's representing your interests, okay?
I wasn't sure where to get a lawyer from. I looked online. I couldn't find a lawyer for this type of
Okay, well, I
thing.
can't give you advice as to how to do that, but I'm only saying to you that to submit a formal appeal, you must have an attorney. Let me hear from the city. Any response?
No response.
Okay, so, sir, we're going to continue this matter to allow you time to find an attorney to represent your interests, okay?
Mr. Milano, the Philadelphia Bar Association has a service. It's called the Lawyer Referral Service. You may want to contact the Philadelphia Bar Association and the Lawyer Referral Service that when you call their number, they give you a prompt on to how to get in touch with the Lawyer Referral Service. And if I'm not mistaken, lawyers identify their areas of practice that you can then try to contact one of the lawyers with code violations or city matters as an area of practice. All right, and I suspect if you still need help, city solicitor's office may be able to give you referrals elsewhere to probably the Lawyer Referral Service.
Mr. Miliano has my contact information. You can feel free to reach out.
Yes.
All right, anything else? If not, this matter is continued for today. Sir, you will get a new notice in the mail from the city advising you of your next hearing date, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Moto?
Bring your attention, sir, to item 9 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 1831, 5408 North Fifth Street, Vernon, Prioleau. Prioleau.
Okay, who's representing the city? That's number 9, 5408 North Fifth Street.
I believe that's a revenue case, so I'm not sure if one of their attorneys is here.
Okay, someone from the Revenue Department representing the city in this matter? Anyone present? Okay, no one is responding, so what we will do is pass this matter and come back to it.
What I would suggest is I'm not sure what notice the Department of Revenue attorneys would have gotten of this case on the list. And so I would ask the board,
Well,
if
we
no
need
one
you
has
to,
appeared.
okay, well, I tell you, let's
Yeah.
put your name on record.
Christopher Johnson for the city,
Yes, what are you recommending?
that the board reschedule it and make sure notice goes to the Department of Revenue attorneys.
Okay, just before you do that, Mr. Moto, can you determine if the revenue was notified of today's hearing?
No, I can't determine whether revenue was notified. No, sir.
Okay, all right, is the appellant present? It doesn't appear that the appellant is present either. So we're going to continue this matter for notice. And so we need to make sure that notice goes to revenue and to the appellant.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, what do we have next?
Give me one, sir. Our next item is number 11 on today's list, sir. That's hearing appeal ending 1892 727 South 57th Street, Musi Araya, A-R-A-Y-A.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Okay, Musi Araya, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, sir.
I do.
Okay, for some reason, I'm not seeing him. Okay, sir, is that
Hi.
the name on the?
Moses, that's
Mos-
me.
Okay, so which is it, Moses or Musi?
Well, Moses is my nickname. Muse Araya is my legal name.
Okay, your legal name is, okay, Musi Araya. Okay, please
Yes.
raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, sir, the issue here, were you able to hear the preliminary description of why we were having today's hearing?
Yes.
If I may, there's
Yeah.
a preliminary issue here in that this was issued to Mosana Investments LLC. So it is a corporate entity and there is no attorney entered. I did have this opportunity to speak with the appellant yesterday and advise him of that. And I also believe that he's providing some documentation that could settle this matter. So
Okay, so, sir, do you have an attorney representing you today?
I don't.
Okay.
That's really for financial reasons because
Okay.
attorneys cost a lot. Is there a way I can waive my right to have an
no.
attorney?
No, you have to have an attorney to represent you before the board if you are going to appeal the violation notice. So just be aware of that going forward. And so the city has recommended that we continue this matter. One, to allow you to research the availability of an attorney who can represent your interests. Secondly, there may be a way to resolve this before coming back to the board. So we're going to continue this matter based on that recommendation. I would advise you to speak with Mr. Rolo, who's representing the city, to see if there's a way to resolve this before you come back, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you.
Chair, excuse me, this is the reporter. May I have the first and last name spelled, please?
Of the
M.E.
appellant,
Should I go ahead and?
just one moment. You referencing the appellant, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, sir. Mr. Araya's name.
Yes,
He was-
okay. Sir, okay, your full legal name, please spell your last name.
Last name spelled A-R-A-Y-A.
Please state your full legal name on the record.
Muse Araya. First name M-U-S-S-I-E. Last name A-R-A-Y-A.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir, you excuse that completes your matter
Thank
for
you.
today.
Mr. Chair, may I have
Yes.
just a moment with you?
Yes.
Chairman, I did just have one administrative question about the nunc pro tunc list, if I may.
Yes.
There are two cases that are on the main list that actually need a nunc pro tunc ruling. I just wanted to clarify whether or not those were supposed to be on
Okay.
this list.
If they aren't on the non-pro-tunc list, what we
Okay.
will do,
Address them
we'll
then.
finish this list and then we'll allow you to bring it up before we go to the main list.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
If I can bring your attention, sir, to items 13 and 14 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 1956 8851 Calvert Street, Nabala Nouri. And case number 14, hearing appeal ending 1958 8851 Calvert Street, Nabala Nouri, I'm sorry, N-O-O-R-I. I believe he's on the Zoom.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, board members. John Wazorek will be representing the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Missouri. Is anyone here presently representing Mr. Nori?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I see you. Okay, sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, I didn't give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. All righty, before we begin though, 8851 Calvert Street, sir, are you the owner of that property?
I am the owner of the property, yes, but this is about the food cart. It's
Oh,
not
the
about
food
the.
cart. My apologies. You're the owner of the permit, vending permit, correct?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you. All righty, who's representing the city?
Again, that is John Wazork for the city, Chairman Woodson.
All right, thank you. Okay, sir, the issue here is whether or not the issue is based on the record. You did not submit a timely appeal, so we need to decide whether to permit you to submit a late appeal. According to the record, you received a violation notice on April 14th, 2025, but did not submit an appeal to May 21st, 2025. Can you explain why you're late?
So I have two location that I live with my mom and dad and my family, but I have received the notice in 8851 Calvert Street, and I was living in 6402 Alagon Avenue, and I didn't get the notice on time, but when I got it, I tried to figure out where to go, what to do. So finally it become late, and then I went to the city. I also did the online thing, but it didn't work out. So finally, the LNI office helped me out to which office to go. I was really confused. Then I went to the basement office, and then they filed it for me. But otherwise, there was not in my intention that I was gonna make it late. And this was about the food cart. And finally, I appealed it. So I don't know how it's gonna work out, but it
Well,
was
let me
not in
ask
my
you,
intention to delay it.
the 8851 Calvert Street, that's where you receive mail at that address?
Yes.
Okay. All
But
righty.
that's the address in the city. That's the correct address.
Yes.
I'm not saying that they should send it to other one. It's not like that. They supposed to send it to this address, but I was not here because I was away.
Okay, okay. All righty. Any response from the city?
Yeah, just very briefly, Chairman Woodson. One thing I want to clarify, the notices of violation, since there are two being appealed, those were sent out the same day and were appealed the same day. Just for reference, the board knows these can be essentially considered one argument. But as it comes to the non-protunct relief requested, the city would maintain that the board lacks the jurisdiction to hear this appeal since it was filed beyond 30 days. As appellant just noted, the reason for the delay was that the appellant was at a different location and was not at an address, which he also indicated was the proper address for mailing. And so the standard for non-protunct relief being granted is a breakdown in the tribunal's operations or some non-negligent circumstances by the appellant or appellant's counsel. And again, these really need to be unique or compelling cases. And I don't believe that the stated reason by petitioner here that they were simply living at another address temporarily is a non-negligent or is a non-negligent reason to grant the relief. I think it's very clear that this was simply a delay and it was filed outside 30 days and the board therefore lacks jurisdiction to hear the full appeal.
Can I
Okay,
can I add something to it?
Yes, please.
So the reason I was at the other location because my parents are sick, so I was taking care of that and the food cart business. And then when I received the violence, but they issue me two violence at the same day. When I try to talk to someone to appeal it on their office on time, I went there on time, but they told me no because somebody did walk to you and explain to you to move the food cart from this corner to this corner. But I also have a camera in my food cart that nobody show up, and the picture was taken from all the way to from different block. They just issue
I'd just like to object because we're now getting into the substance of the violations.
Yeah, Mr. Nuri, the issue here is not the underlying violation notice. The issue really is why you didn't submit late. So I will.
Okay, so yeah,
sustain the
that's the
violation.
only reason. My parents were sick, so I was also giving them a time. I'm the only person to take care of my old parents, and I was back and forth with 4 kids, and I'm also have a hand problem. So, but anyway, like the hopefully it's feel accepted, but this is
Okay.
what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Nuri, did you, between the date and that you, within 30 days of receiving the notice, did you go down to I guess it's the streets department to try to file an appeal?
For the couple days, like I said, I was taking care of my parents, which I have
Well,
all
I
the.
guess my question was a yes or no. Within 30 days, did you either go to the city offices to try to file an appeal, or did you go and try to file an appeal online within 30 days?
No, I went to I understand your answer, your question now. Yes, I went to the LNI office, the city hall, but over there, one time I missed my appointment, which is they're saying only, oh, you got late here. So I said, okay. And then I got another appointment online. I think it's called Quick, something like this. The second time I went there, but I was sitting in the wrong LNI office. I supposed to be in one office and I wasn't there. I was in the wrong office. Then I missed it. The third time I was like, I don't know what to do. So somebody was there, helped me, send me to the right office. But that time when I got there, it was late. But I was figuring out like I must file this because I don't want no problem from the city for my small business.
Thank you.
Okay, we will poll the board for HA 2025-001956, 8851 Calvert Street, Najibullah Noor.
And I filed 4 of them. They sent me 4 of them.
Wait, sir. We're in the midst of concluding this. There are only 2 that we're voting on today, okay?
Okay, all right.
Alrighty. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied.
Request granted.
Relief denied.
Request denied.
Okay, the majority vote is request denied. Sir, that means that your appeal is dismissed because we will not permit you to submit a late appeal. Now, you may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to appeal the decision of the board, please contact the administrator. They will help you. They will give you information required to submit an appeal. Okay.
What office?
Oh, Mr. Jackson. I didn't hear from Mr. Jackson. You didn't vote.
Oh, request denied.
Okay, thank you.
We need to vote on both appeals. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, we have to vote on HA 2025-001958, 8851 Calvert Street. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied.
Request granted.
Relief denied.
Request denied.
Okay, thank you. We've also denied your request to submit a late appeal for the second violation, which means that that matter is dismissed as well. Okay, thank you very much, sir. If you again want to appeal our decision, call the administrator and they can give you information required to appeal our decision, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
It's been a request, sir, to call item number 22 next. That's
22.
hearing appeal ending 2011, 2845 Jasper Street, 2845 Jasper Street LLC, Adam Michaels Esquire.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, is Mr. Michaels present?
Yes, Mr. Michaels is present.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Michaels, will your client be testifying today?
No, my client will not be testifying.
Okay, all righty.
Well, first of all, thank you for bumping me up. I do have a competing court appearance in about half an hour, so I do appreciate it.
Understood. Let me put
the
the dates on the record first before we begin, okay? Let me put the dates on the record. The dates that we're concerned about is that the violation date is, according to our records, April 17th, 25. The appeal date was 5/27/25, after the 30-day window. So what would be your offer of proof or defense?
Yeah, so I was the one who handled the appeal. I'm the attorney of record on the appeal. And I submitted the appeal by mail on May 17th. And my assumption, and I guess it's up to the board to determine whether it is reasonable and non-negligent, was that because appeals can be submitted by mail, the operative date was not when the appeal is received by the board, but when it is postmarked. And I will, represent to the board that I personally am the one who went to the post office and mailed it on that date. And given that it was within the 30-day window, my belief was that that would be a timely appeal.
And what was the date that you're stating that it was mailed?
May 17th, on
May
the
17th?
30th day. Yes.
Okay. Did you do it special delivery, anything like that, or just normal mail?
I believe it was simply normal mail.
Okay. All righty. Any response from the city?
Just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, the applicable code is A 803.2, titled Application for Appeal. And the language that applies from there is the appeal shall be filed within 30 days of the date of the action being appealed. So I would leave it to the members of the board and your council to determine what constitutes filed as stated by the code. Beyond that, no further comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, any questions from my colleagues on the panel?
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez, can you repeat that 88, I believe it was 83.2?
Yes, it's Administrative Code Section A 803, non-technical appeals, specifically A 803.2. The final sentence of that section is the appeal shall be filed within 30 days of the date of the action being appealed. What's been alleged by counsel is that he put the appeal in the mail on the 30th day from the date of the appeal. So I think it's appropriate for the board to make the determination.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any questions of anyone else? Based on your, Mr. Michaels, your assertion, I will take a moment to confer with counsel. Just quickly, go off the record. Okay, thank you very much. Back on the, I believe that the board has always operated is the date of receipt. That's really what our concern is, not the date that it was mailed. So we're going to poll the board regarding HA 2025-002011, 2845 Jasper Street, 2845 Jasper Street LLC. Request for non-pro-tunc relief denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, going back to items 15 and 16 on today's list. Number 15 is hearing appeal ending 1960-2125 North 7th Street. Alex Mosendez, doing business as Expert Builders LLC. And item number 16, hearing appeal ending 1961 for 2138 North 9th Street. Alex Mosendez, doing business as Expert Builders LLC.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Lee Bagelman on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, is anyone present representing the interests of Expert Builders LLC? Alex Mosendez. Anyone present? Let's confirm service.
Yes, sir. Appellants in this matter, in each of these matters, listed 56 Black Rock Road, Yardley, PA. Notice of this hearing was sent for both matters to that same address on 6/30/25.
Okay, what time do we have?
1:55 PM.
Okay, just one moment. 1:55 PM. All righty, there's no response. What is your pleasure?
The city's request is that the request for late appeal be denied for both cases 15 and 16 for failure to appear.
Okay, let's do this. We will accept that time for 2025-001960, 2125 North 7th Street, Expert Builders LLC is 1:55 PM. Request for non-pro-tunc relief is denied for failure to appear.
Dismissed.
Dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you. Okay, regarding HA 2025-001961, 2038 North 9th Street, Expert Builders. What time do we have?
1:56 PM.
1:56 PM. That matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
Dismissed for failure to appear.
Dismissed for failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Begelman, we assume
Dismissed
that,
for failure to appear.
Mr. Begelman, we assume that you would also want that one to be ruled on today as well.
Number 16?
Yes.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Okay,
thank you.
what do we have next?
Moving forward to item 27 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 2075-2961 through 69 B Street Investors 2 LLC, Oleg Sokolov, Esquire.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thomas Guyutsa for the city.
Okay, anyone present? Is Oleg Sokolov Esquire present? Or anyone representing that office? Anyone representing the interests of 2961-69 B Street?
Notice of this hearing, sir, was sent to both appellants and appellant's attorney on 6/30/25 at the addresses listed in the appeal.
Okay, what time do we have?
1:58 PM.
1:58 PM. Ms. Galuzza, what is your pleasure?
The city would request this appeal be dismissed for failure to appear.
Okay, we'll pull the board on one regarding HA 2025-002-075, 2961-69 B Street Investors LLC, Investors 2 LLC. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you very much. The board
Thanks
will
to the
take,
board.
will take a 2-minute. Okay, now we're back on the record. Ms. Moto, do we have, what's our next matter?
Yes, sir. If I can bring your attention to item 28 on today's list, that's hearing appeal ending 2080-1734 North, 1734 South 53rd Street, Sade Bentley.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Lee Begelman on behalf of the city.
Okay, Mr. Begelman, good afternoon. Ms. Bentley, are you present? Ms. Bentley, are you present? She is? I see it. Ma'am, you need to turn on your video because we can barely hear you, but we certainly can't see you. So unmute yourself and turn on your video. Okay,
The city does have a preliminary issue with this appeal as
okay.
well.
All right, just for a moment,
Yep.
just we need to, Ms. Bentley, are you present? Okay, Ms. Bentley doesn't appear to be able to hear us, so we're going to move on and come back to that matter, unfortunately. If she isn't present by the time we get to the end of the non-pro tunc list, we'll make a decision on what we should do.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Begelman? Okay, let's pass this matter, move on to the next matter.
Bring your attention, sir, to items 29, 30, and 31. Item 29 is hearing appeal ending 2101, 8220 Shellwind Avenue, Sierra McBride. Item number 30 is hearing appeal ending 2102, 8220 Shellwind Avenue, Sierra McBride. And item 31 on today's list, that's hearing appeal ending 2103, 8220 Shellwide Avenue, Sierra McBride.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Michelle Reinhardt for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reinhardt. Is anyone present representing the interests of 8220 Shelburne Avenue or Sierra McBride? Ma'am, are you present? Sierra McBride. Okay, let's confirm service.
Yes, sir. I did just get a prompt through the.
Hello?
Here we go. She was trying to start a video, sir.
Sierra McBride. Yes. Sierra McBride. Ma'am, your name, you just said hello. Who said it?
That was the appellant from number 27, sir, the one we just passed, or 28, the one we just passed by.
Okay, we'll come back to you in a moment. We'll be, so sit tight, we'll come back to you. Okay,
Appellants in this matter, sir, on all three cases listed 8220 Shellwind Avenue. Notice of this hearing was sent to that same address on 6/30/25.
okay, thank you very much. What time do we have?
2:06 PM.
Okay, we'll come back to each timing for each vote, but the city attorney, Ms. Reinhardt, what is your pleasure?
I would request city affirm for failure to appear.
Okay, thank you very much. So the timing for number 29, Mr. Pincus,
Was 2:06 PM.
2:06 PM. Polling the board for HA 2025-002-101-8220 Shelburne Avenue, Sierra McBride. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
Dismissed for failure to appear.
Dismissed for failure to appear.
Ed, you're muted.
I'm sorry, was I asked to speak?
No, ma'am, no. We aren't dealing with your case right now. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
All right, dismissed for failure to appear.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to HA 2025-002-102-8220 Shelburne Avenue, Sierra McBride. This matter, what time do we have?
2:08 PM.
2:08 PM. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you. Moving on to HA 2025-002-103-8220 Shelburne Avenue, Sierra McBride. What time do we have?
2:08 PM.
2:08 PM. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to
Yes,
the
sir.
previous matter.
Recalling item 28 recalling item 28 on the list, that's hearing appeal ending 2080-1734 South 53rd Street, Sade Bentley.
Okay, Ms. Bentley, just when we're now calling your case, we're waiting for the city's attorney to present himself.
Yes, Lee Begelman on behalf of the city.
Okay, Mr. Begelman. Okay, Ms. Bentley, the reason, this is, I don't know if you heard my preliminary explanation. This portion of the hearing today is to determine whether we will permit you to submit a late appeal. If we decide no, then your matter will be dismissed. If we agree to allow you to submit a late appeal, we will then schedule a hearing for you. So today is not the hearing itself. Today is only to determine if we will allow you to submit a late appeal. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, according to our records, the violation notice was January 31st, 2024. Your appeal was May 29th, 2025, more than a year late. You get 30 days from the date of the violation notice to submit your appeal. So what is your reasoning for not submitting an appeal in a timely fashion?
So I purchased this home from Shericel in August of 2024. And because of whatever's happening with the city, they're like backlogged. The house wasn't deeded to me until May of 2025. I had been making inquiries on trying to fix things even prior to the house being deeded to me, but I was unable to do that. So when I did get the deed, I started looking at the violations. I was trying to fix them. But it was stuff on there like prior to me even owning the house that they were saying I was going to be responsible for. I needed to file an appeal. So that's just kind of where I am.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is the preliminary issue I wanted to raise. The site violation notice at issue was not issued to Ms. Bentley. It was issued to someone named Wallace Sullivan. So there's either a standing issue but more generally, Ms. Bentley has no responsibility for the site violation notice. It was not issued to her.
Okay, so this case, the appeal should be dismissed for lack of standing?
Oh, yes, or Ms. Bentley can withdraw her appeal, or orally on the record. I would
Okay.
ever, but regardless, if she wants to proceed, there's no standing to challenge the site
Okay.
violation notice.
Okay, so, Ms. Bentley, if you need further conversation regarding this, call Mr. Begelman.
Okay.
Okay, now, are you planning to reside at this location?
I am, and we have started fixing the violations. Yes, I do plan to live there.
Okay, this is not an investment property.
No,
Okay.
no.
I would suggest that you call Mr. Begelman to understand how these violations work and your impact, or you should call a lawyer. Okay, but in this instance, regarding this violation, HA 2025-002080, 1734 South 53rd Street, is that this is being dismissed for lack of standing. You are not, it is not your matter.
Right.
Okay, all right?
Can I have the number for?
Wait, we're in the midst of voting. Everyone has to vote.
Sorry. Okay.
Dismissed for standing.
Do I have to vote? Dismissed for lack of standing.
Dismissed for lack of standing.
Dismissed for lack of standing.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Begelman, would you mind putting your number into the chat or wherever, however you're comfortable?
I'd be happy to send Ms. Bentley an email on the email she listed on her form.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect. That would be great.
Okay, thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bring your attention, sir, to item 32 on today's list. That's hearing appeal ending 2123 2819 West Oxford Street. Channel J Tucker doing business as POA for Alsta F. Ford Jr.
okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Maria Aquino on behalf of the city.
Okay, is anyone present representing POA for Alista F. Ford Jr., 2819 West Oxford Street? Anyone present? Anyone present representing the interest of 2819 West Oxford Street? Okay, no one's responding. Let's confirm service.
Sir, appellants in this matter, give me 1 second. Appellants in this matter listed 3848 West Girard Avenue, Apartment A in their appeal. And notice this hearing was sent to a different address, so we cannot confirm good service.
Okay, alrighty, so we will need to continue this matter for service, lack of service, okay? Sorry
Understood.
about that, so we'll continue for lack of service and reschedule.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't appear.
Okay, what do we have next?
Calling your attention, sir, to item 13, that's hearing appeal ending 2143 3719 North 16th Street, Aisha Lipscomb.
Okay, who's representing the city?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Afternoon, okay, is anyone present representing 3719 North 16th Street? Aisha Lipscomb. Anyone present? 3719 North 16th Street. Anyone present?
I believe this is a service issue on this one, sir. Appellants listed 3719 North 16th Street in their appeal, and notice of the hearing was sent to 3712 North 19th Street.
Okay, so we'll need to continue that matter for lack of service. Okay, Mr. Johnson?
The city has nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. All righty, let's move on to the next matter.
Calling your attention to items 36 and 37 on today's list. Item 36 is hearing appeal ending 2174 for 1154 South Sydenham Street. Maya's Couch, 1031 KH LLC, John Taylor Esquire. And item 37, hearing appeal ending 2176 1154 South Sydenham Street, Maya's Couch, 1031 KH LLC, John Taylor Esquire.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, is Mr. John Taylor available?
Good afternoon. My name is John Taylor. I represent the appellant in both matters.
Okay, thank you. Sir, will your client be testifying today?
My client will not be testifying today.
Okay, all righty. Let us then move on then. According to our records, wait a minute. Oh, yes, the appeal, for 002174, 1154 South Sydenham, the violation was written on 5/2/25. The appeal was received June 5th, 25, if I'm reading that correctly. Do you concur, Mr. Taylor, with those dates?
I believe my understanding, the appeal was filed one day late.
The date of notice is May 3rd, 2025, not May 2nd. Mr. Chairman, I think beyond that, you got it right.
Okay, May 3rd, 25, and the appeal date is 6/5/25, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and Mr. Taylor, for the appeal ending in 2176, the violation date is, revocation date is 5/3/25, and the appeal date is 6/5/25. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all righty. So I guess, and let's start it then with 2174, 1154 South Sydenham Street. What is the argument for a late appeal?
The argument for the late appeal is that there was some confusion. My client is a landlord. The premises, he had no access to the premises. He thought he could get the repairs done by June 6th. He couldn't because the tenant gave him no access to the premises. He was feeling that he would still have time to, there was a belief that it could still be done by June 6th, but it wasn't because of that confusion. Basically also by someone in our office had that confusion. So the appeal was filed not timely, but there's issues is that the client is actually prejudiced by this because he still has not gotten access to the premises. He doesn't even really know what those repairs that are needed. And, basically this has gone to an eviction process. There was a judgment for agreement. He should get possession of the premises after September 19th. If such is the case, then I just request that this matter be continued to a later date. He can then ascertain the premises, determine what those repairs need to be, because right now it's just impossible for him to comply. He cannot gain access to the premises for that particular repair.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Fernandez for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just note that the discussion about the substantive violations is irrelevant to the question currently before the board. Here, the violation notice, and I will say for appeal number ending 2174, you were correct, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. Date of notice was May 2nd, 2025. May 3rd was for the other related appeal. So here, the appeal was late. Obviously, I won't contest that it was a close call and they missed the deadline by a few days. But given the relevant case law, without an administrative breakdown or fraud, even if the appeal is just one day late, it is outside the jurisdiction of the board. So I would respectfully request that the board decline the application for non-proton consideration.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, any additional argument regarding untimeliness?
I have no additional argument at this time. It's just impossible to fix a violation where you're not even given access to a property.
I'm curious though, and this is not as totally relevant, but property maintenance would suggest exterior issues. And he couldn't cut the grass or remove the trash or anything like that?
I don't think this has to do with that,
Okay.
exterior, so.
All right, we won't quibble over that, but, okay, so there's no additional argument regarding why he couldn't submit a timely appeal.
No, no additional argument.
Okay, all righty. Then we will let's move on then to, before we vote. Mr. Fernandez, basically the facts are the same for both matters? I'm not sure why we had two different
Yes,
violations.
my understanding based on the grounds for appeal submitted by Mr. Taylor is that there was a misunderstanding where the appellant at the time mistook the repair by date, we call it, the date by which repairs are expected because a reinspection will be performed. That's usually, I think, 35 or 40 days out from the notice of violation. So it's alleged that there was a misunderstanding where they thought that was the deadline for appeal. And I just reiterate my earlier arguments that that doesn't rise to the level required for non-proton consideration to be granted.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Taylor, was it your position, not your position, was your statement of fact that in fact the appellant in this instance is an investor? So this isn't his only
Yeah,
real estate
I have to say also, I'll be frank, the appellant is an investor, but was also somebody in our office had the same confusion. That's one of the issues too.
Okay, all right, thank you. All righty. If there's nothing else from anyone, we'll vote on HA 2025-002174, 1154 South Sydenham Street, Myers Couch 1031 KH LLC. Request for non-proton relief denied.
Request granted.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Okay, the majority rule is request denied. Okay, regarding HA 2025-002176, 1154 South Sydenham Street, Myers Couch 1031 KH LLC. Request for non-proton relief denied.
Request granted.
Request denied.
Request denied.
Thank you. The majority vote is denied as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor, for your participation and your patience.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what is our next matter?
Calling your attention, sir, to item 38. That's hearing appeal ending 2186, 3112 North Stillman Street, East Coast Holdings LLC, doing business as East Coast Holdings LLC.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Lee Bagelman on behalf of the city.
Okay, East Coast Holdings LLC, are you present? Anyone present representing the interests of East Coast Holdings LLC?
Sir,
Anyone
appellants in
present?
this matter listed 646 South 7th Street, Lindenhurst, New York. A notice of this hearing was sent to that address on 6/30/25.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Begerman, what's your pleasure?
The city would, I guess, ultimately request this be dismissed for failure to appear. I will just note for the record that this case presents a similar standing issue to case number 28 earlier. The site violation notice was issued to two individuals, not the appellant, but ultimately the city's request is that it's dismissed for failure to appear.
Okay, thank you very much. What time do we have?
2:25 p.m.
2:25 p.m. Okay, thank you. We will vote for the board on HA 2025-002186, 3112 North Stillman Street, East Coast Holdings LLC, DBA East Coast Holdings LLC. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, next.
Calling your attention to item number 39, that's hearing appeal ending 22204036 K Street, Dennis Spencer.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Maria Kino on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keno.
Hello
Already,
again.
anyone present representing Dennis Spencer? Or is Dennis Spencer himself present? Dennis Spencer. Please confirm service.
Yes, sir. Appellants in this matter listed 8277 Fayette Street. In their appeal, notice of this hearing was sent to that same address on 6/30/25.
Okay, what time do we have?
2:26 p.m.
2:26 p.m. Already, and What is your pleasure?
The city asks that the request for non-protunct relief be denied.
Okay, we will poll the board on HA 2025-00222-04036 K Street, Dennis Spencer. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair. Item 40 on today's list, hearing appeal ending 2233, 1715 North 56th Street, Malachi Orgy, Jermaine Harris Esquire representing.
Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon again, board members. John Wazorek for the city.
Good afternoon. Mr. Jermaine Harris Esquire, are you present?
I am president.
Okay, for some reason I'm having problems.
I
seeing.
also have my client, Mr. Orkey, on the phone as well.
Oh, okay. Will you be calling him as a witness?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Orgy, would you mind unmuting and raising your hand so that you may be sworn? Okay, right hand, sir. Yeah, there you go. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God? We didn't hear you.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. You can place your hand down. Okay, as you know, Mr. Harris, this is a request for non-protunct relief. And so we will be going through the dates, the relevant dates here, and then hearing from you and your client. According to our records, the revocation occurred on May 3rd, 2025. The appeal was submitted June 9th, 2025, several days after the 30-day window. And so what is your argument for relief?
Okay, so I'd like to call my client.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Orgy?
Yes.
Okay. So when did you receive notice? Well, strike that. How did you receive notice of the violation that we're here for today?
Yeah, so we never received the notice for the initial violation. Actually, the way we received it or how we got wind or known about this issue was when our fire code inspector paid a visit to our property and notified us that we had a violation. That's how we found out, really. And then when we looked into it and verified it and then contacted an attorney and just, and then put in an appeal.
So when you say the fire code inspector, are we speaking of the LNI fire code inspector?
Correct, yes.
So you received a violation for that?
Yes.
Okay. And did
Which we corrected.
Say that again?
Which we corrected as well.
Right. So you received notification of that date. You received that on June the 4th of 2025?
The fire code?
Yes. Is that when did you, what I'm trying to narrow down is you received notice of the complaint, I mean the violation that day when the inspector came in and it gave you another violation.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And was that date on or around June 4th of 2025?
On around, yes, around then. Yes.
Okay. So you testified you never received the May 6th violation, the violation that we're here for today.
No.
Now, once you received notification of that violation, of the 5-6 violation on around 6-4, what did you testified that you saw what did you do after that?
It immediately looked it up, and once I confirmed it and that it was a valid confirmed it, then I had to get representation, get an attorney.
And you contacted myself.
Correct.
And then about 5 days later, you then filed an appeal to
Right.
that 5-6 violation.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions. Well,
Okay,
wait,
do we have-
strike that, strike that. And to this day, you still have not received, you still didn't receive that violation, the 5-6 violation.
Have not, no.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Razork, any cross-examination?
Yeah, just very briefly, Chairman. Mr. Orji, am I saying your last name properly?
Yes,
So your testimony is that you never received a notice, the initial notice of violation, correct?
that's right.
So do you know why a violation notice was attached to your appeal? Where that would have come from?
I can answer that question. I can answer, because I filed the appeal.
Okay, but in
I-
this
I-
instance, but in this instance, we want to hear from Mr. Orji.
Okay, sure.
We do not know. I don't, again, we didn't know about it until the, until it was, until we were made aware of the violation at the time of the, fire code inspection. That's,
So just last question, just to clarify. So you were only informed verbally by another inspector about this different case file, correct?
correct.
But you were never received any paperwork.
Didn't, no.
Okay, no further questions.
My redirect?
Yes, please.
So who filed the violation? I mean, who filed the appeal to the 5-6 violation? Did you file it, sir?
No,
Did I file the appeal?
right, yeah.
Okay. And so you don't know what was attached to that appeal violation. You don't know what paperwork was attached to that appeal violation, correct?
No.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Orji, a couple of things. This address, 1715 North 56th Street, is this your residence?
No, it's a commercial building.
Okay, do you receive your mail at that residence?
No, the address on file is my home address, so.
Okay.
But the,
Are you the owner of 1715 North 56th Street?
yes,
Okay, and what address is on record for that? What's the mailing address, official mailing address for that for 1715 North 56th Street?
the official mailing address is 2516 South 67th Street, Philadelphia.
2516 South 62nd Street?
67th.
Okay, 2516 South 67th Street. That's where all mail regarding this address should be sent, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now the underlying violation, although this is not what we're going to be arguing today, but I just want to note for clarification, the underlying issue here of permits, is that construction permits, construction without permits? Is that what that's about?
Well, yeah, so we've filed the permit and for that well, again, all of this were kind
No,
of.
so no, wait. I just need a direct answer to a direct question. The violations that you have against that address are allegedly construction work without permits, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so an inspector went to the location and noticed work was done and allegedly there were no permits on record. That's essentially what the city is saying, correct? You nodding doesn't help us, you need to read.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, and so when that occurred, there was no one at your construction site who noted that an inspector was here and he wrote a violation notice?
No one saw an inspector, no one saw an inspector. If we did, I would have been notified.
Okay, on the date of the violation notice itself, 5/3 or say 5/1 or 5/2, did you have construction personnel on the site at that time?
No.
You didn't, okay, all right.
May I have, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Just
Chair,
one moment, yeah, just one moment.
Okay, yeah.
And so to this 2516 South 67th Street address, you never received a copy of the violation notice?
Never received a copy of the violation notice, never.
Okay.
No.
Sir, if you want to do it, redirect, please do. Mr. Harris?
If I may.
Yes.
So, sir, there was a violation for construction work being done. That construction work, was that work that was under your ownership, or was that for through someone else?
That would be true with the previous ownership of the property before we took it over. That we didn't really do any construction or alteration or really anything
So
except.
I'm just going to object at this point. We're getting into the merits of the appeal instead of the lateness itself.
In this case,
Well, hold on. It was
no, I get to respond next.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Resort, in this instance, because I opened that door, I will allow him to explore that a bit, okay?
Understood, Chairman.
Sure. Yes, please proceed.
Do you need to ask that? Do you need me to ask the question again, or were you?
Yes, whatever question you were proceeding.
No, I was asking the witness.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Orji, you are in the middle of explaining about the violation on 5-6. That violation, you're aware of what that violation was for. It was for a new roof that was installed.
Excuse me, that's not what the violation notice says.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. A
Not
roof.
with the violation notice that says that's attached to your appeal.
The violation that I'm looking at, it says that a building permit is required for the partial demolition and his roof taken down.
Yes.
And then it says new roof installed. On page 2 of 3 of the violation.
And is it your position that your client didn't own the building at the time?
Correct. That's what I was going to get to.
Okay. All right. And I guess the issue then becomes, is he a general contractor who was performing the work?
No, I can have him testify if
Okay,
I'm
let's do
allowed
this before if you want to argue that it's a mistaken identity, that he should not have received the violation, that's one argument. Okay, that's up to you. Or there's some other reason that he was tardy on his appeal, because if he should not have received the violation, then why is he bothering to appeal?
Well, because it's on the property and it's in his name. That's why he's addressing this.
And so you're arguing that he should not have received the violation?
Well, that would be one of the arguments. The other argument is the argument as to why it was late, why it was filed late.
We're going to go off the record just for a moment.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Harris, I'm going to, just for a moment, just Mr. John Resort for the city, any comment you have regarding when the violation was mailed?
What was that, Chairman? Can you repeat that? I was a little confused.
Violation notice was mailed.
So I was going to address that. Mr. Harris has been saying May 6th. The notice sent out lists May 3rd, 2025.
May 3rd, 2025? Okay. All right, so that's your records in terms of when the violation was mailed?
Correct, and that's also on the notice that is attached to the appeal.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harris, anything else before we ask the city for final argument?
I think I can answer the question of probably why we never.
Well, sir, you've hired a competent attorney. Let him call you if he needs you to say anything.
Sure.
Mr. Harris?
Were you having any problems with receiving, well, strike that. May 3rd. I know I stated May 6th earlier, but May 3rd is the date of the notice. But you you already testified you didn't receive the notice, but was there any work that was being done at all around that time during May 3rd at the property? May 3rd of 2025.
So there was no work being done at that time, and there was no work being done even prior. I can kind of go back a little bit and clarify something regarding possibly why we never received this notice. I should notify.
No. I mean, you've already answered the question. So,
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
I believe the chairman is asked for closing argument and not for further testimony. Did you want to present further testimony? Because the chairman asked for a closing argument.
Okay. I didn't remember him asking for closing argument from me, but that's fine. If we need to do closing argument, then that's fine.
Well, if you want to present further testimony, it's okay. I didn't believe that was what was asked of you.
I can quickly answer something.
No. Let Mr. Harris answer my question, how he wants to proceed, please.
Okay, so yeah, we can just go to closing argument.
Okay. All right, what we normally do, we will hear from you, Mr. Harris, and then we'll hear from Mr. Rizoric.
So we think that there definitely is a non-negligent circumstance here, in the sense that my client didn't get notice of it until he was told by an inspector for a subsequent violation of the 5-3 violation. So that is, and as soon as he found out about it, then shortly thereafter, he acted quickly, promptly to file this. And we would state that there is not only a non-negligence, but that there's an administrative breakdown in the receiving of the notice. So it may have been, we don't know whether it was mailed, but even if we assume that it was mailed, because we don't have proof of mailing receipts, but even if we assume that it was mailed, then that it still wasn't received by my client. So things do get lost. They're not infallible. The post office is not infallible, even if we assume that it was mailed. So I would submit that there was an administrative breakdown, because I think my client testified pretty credibly that he didn't receive it. He went into detail of what he did afterwards, and that there was, apart from that, there was non-negligence. And for those reasons, we think that the non-protonc should be granted, and my client should be able to proceed to a hearing on its merits.
Thank you. Mr. Resort?
So the petitioner here did in fact testify that the mailing address linked to the subject premises. So again, the property in violation was 1715 North 56th Street. And as the petitioner said, the mailing address for that property is 2516th South 67th Avenue. As attached to the petitioner's appeal, there is the initial notice of violation, with the date of notice being May 3rd, 2025. And again, not to belabor the point with the board lacks jurisdiction to hear an appeal filed beyond 30 days. The two things that can get around that and have non-protonc relief granted is a breakdown in the tribunal's operations, or non-negligent circumstances on behalf of the appellant or appellant's counsel. There's been no proof of a breakdown in the tribunal's administrative process. And one thing I do think is important to note here is that there is a violation notice attached to the appeal dated May 3rd, 2025. The petitioner/appellant testified that no notice of violation was ever received And so I think that raises the question of where did this violation notice come from? And to get in front of an additional point that could be made, these violation notices are in fact now available on the city's Atlas website. You can pull violation notices from the Atlas site. And so you could make the argument that after petitioner learned of the violation, they went to Atlas and pulled this violation notice, but those violation notices on Atlas do not list any responsible party. And here the violation notice attached to the appeal statement clearly states the responsible party being the petitioner in this case. The date of notice is May 3rd, 2025. My lights just went off. But again, I think the question that has not been answered is where this violation notice came from that is in fact attached to the appeal. It's the initial violation notice that has not been explained by petitioner. They have not met their burden, and therefore the relief should be denied.
May I briefly respond to this?
Okay, moment, quite
Briefly.
please, yes.
So this violation, I filed this. I got this from the L&I department when I went to file it when I went in person to file it, because they give you, I know I can't, I'm testifying right now, but I'm speaking as an officer to court. When I filed this, they gave me the violation, which was the violation, the initial violation. So that is where that violation was obtained. It was not obtained. There was testimony from the client that Mr. Orji that he did not have the violation. So that is where I got the initial violation, was over the counter when I went to file this. When I filed this, and you can see it's timestamped. You can see that it's timestamped, but I personally went there, and that's what they gave me, and that's when we got the name of that. So that's the explanation for that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Resort, unless you have some additional comment to make.
Just regardless of that argument, there's been no evidence that this notice did not go to the correct mailing address for the subject premises and for the appellant. And so there's no basis to grant the relief as requested.
My property at 25 burned down. It burned down in March.
It's not time for you. You can't. They're not gonna let you speak.
I'm trying to, because that's probably why we never received it. My house burned down March 16th. March 16th of 2025. And I'm not sure if that, I didn't think if that was really,
okay,
in this proceeding, but
let's
that's
do this.
probably why we never received any.
Mr. Malachi.
I would have acted on it.
Mr. Orji?
Yes.
Mr. Orji?
Sorry.
You've broken several really, really important rules.
I apologize.
Okay. But I will do this for you, because I probably shouldn't, but I will do this. Mr. Harris, do you need to have a private conversation with Mr. Orji?
I can have a private conversation. I can have a brief conversation with him.
I'm asking, would there be information that the board should hear if that were to happen?
I don't know, because I don't know what he's going to say, and I don't want him to say something. So I don't know what he's going to say.
Okay.
That's why I don't want him to say something I don't know what's going to be said.
Okay. He mentioned something about his house burning down. I don't know what that means or what the relevance
I don't know.
happens to be, et cetera. So, and the house that you're referencing, is that South 67th Street?
That's correct, yes. March 16th of 25, that's it. I have records of that. I just wasn't sure if it was really important in this proceed, but I guess it is, so.
Okay, all right, thank you for that information.
Absolutely.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to poll the board regarding, we're back on the record, polling the board regarding HA 2025-002233, 1715 North 56th Street, Malachi, Malachy, Orji, Orji, Request for non-pro tunc relief denied.
Request denied.
Relief denied.
Request denied.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris and Mr. RJ, for your participation. Have a good afternoon, sir. You, of course, can appeal this decision to Court of Common Pleas.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's move on to the next matter.
Bring your attention to item 41, sir. That's hearing appeal ending 2244-150 South Independence Mall. Then it says West, number West. Recompliant LLC.
Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, board members. That's John Wazork for the city, and I do have an update on this. I just recently received a signed agreement back from the appellant for this matter.
Okay.
And the agreement indicates that the appeal will be withdrawn by the appellant,
Okay, so we'll note that matter is withdrawn.
and I will
Thank you.
forward that agreement to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that completes our non-pro tunc relief, except I think there's an addendum to the relief to the non-pro tunc matters.
Yes, board members. I wasn't sure if it was listed on the main list in error, but the matters filed by Kendall Wickard, we have a note on our end that they were, and they are untimely and require non-pro-tunc ruling.
I believe I can address this.
Yes.
So
You need to put your name on record, though.
this is Matthew Webster, Board Counsel. Just as a procedural matter, when the board started having separate non-pro-tunc hearings, those are, in a sense, expedited. Whereas before that expedited hearing procedure, Kendall Wickard is essentially in line for the hearing on the merits, so we'll hear them at the same time, if that makes sense to you.
That makes sense. I'm not sure if he's here right now, so if we want to get rid of him, but I default to the
Oh,
board.
okay, well, let's do the executive session and then we'll come back. Thank you. All right, that concludes our hearing on non-pro tunc matters. We will take a short executive session, then return. Thank you. Well, before we proceed through the list, I just wanted to call for any preliminary matters to the regular list. If anyone has a preliminary matter.
Good afternoon, board members. Michael Rulo on behalf of the city, and this concerns number 10 on the list, 1300 Walnut PMC Property Group, and it's
Yes.
specifically, there's a pending continuance request.
Yes.
Michael Mattioni representing PMC Property Group. I believe the property owner has counsel.
Yes, Brett Stander, Bucchetto and Lentz on behalf of the property owner and intervener.
Okay, and the appellant is PMC Property Group,
Yes,
and Mr. Manioni, that's your client?
yes, it is.
Okay, what is, what are we doing today? What's the issue?
I was going to say, we requested a continuance. We knew this was a must-be-heard case. The only reason we requested a continuance, I have a witness that's out of town because you don't get prior notice of the hearing date when it's continued. And I have a witness who's out of town. I don't want to speak for the other people, but Mr. Rulo is substituting for Mr. Reuter, that's his case. Mr. Stander is substituting for Mr. Minsky, I believe, but he can speak for himself, but I believe he also has witnesses who are unavailable due to vacation schedules. Obviously, he can speak for himself.
Okay.
And then, but perhaps the most important part to me personally is that I received 350 pages of exhibits at approximately 1 p.m. because of a miscommunication of who those exhibits should be directed to. So I'm going through those right now, but I would greatly appreciate a continuance so I can have time to properly review those.
Oh, boy. Okay,
Mr. Stander?
is it, no,
Mr. Stander?
but I don't want to hear
Okay,
from
I'm
him. I
sorry.
want to hear from you.
Sure.
In this instance, though, is there any opportunity to resolve this without hearing?
Probably not.
I sincerely doubt so as well.
Okay. Well, I asked that because we're extremely reluctant to go beyond, must be heard means must be heard.
I have 5 witnesses who are prepared to testify today, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and what I would say to you, persons traveling is not going to be an excuse because people can appear virtually. And so
Sometimes.
Well.
When
I
they're on
would
the other side
expect-
of the world, they can't.
Well, listen to me. I would expect that you as counsel would make every effort to make sure that they're available to testify, or else we don't need their testimony.
Right.
Okay, and that's why I'm responding the way I am, because we're concerned that this thing will go on and on and on, and I don't want that to happen.
I don't want it to continue either, Mr. Chairman. My client's the one being hurt by this. You know, we asked for the continuance because we asked everybody else what their position on the continuance was.
Okay,
I was not going to ask for it just because I had one witness who was out of town. But when everybody else had the same problems with people being out of town due to vacation because this is right before Labor Day, then I asked for the continuance only because of Mr. Reuter being out of town, Mr. Minsky being out of town. I believe they have a witness who's also out of town. I have witnesses. I am prepared to go today if you want us to go.
Okay.
But I did apply for the continuance because I felt it was appropriate given the circumstances of the case. But again, I do have 5 people online who are prepared. I submitted all my exhibits on Monday, as I was told. You know, we're ready
Okay.
if you want us to go
Well,
ahead, Mr. Chairman.
well, my concern goes to all parties, not just to you.
Right, understood.
Okay, and so Mr. Rauter knew he should be here. And
I
it's
can't speak for
unfair
him.
to dump 350 pages on his fellow counsel an hour before the hearing. And so that's my concern for all matters and all individuals in this system.
I
So
obviously can't control the
yeah.
city.
I'm not asking you to control it. I'm making a statement. I want everyone to hear and understand that this is not something that we do lightly.
And just to,
Yeah.
I don't want us to be blaming Mr. Reuter. He received those on Monday. It was a miscommunication. I was aware that I'd be appearing today, so
Okay.
it's,
Understood.
Do we have a life safety issue or anything that's involved in this property?
so this matter, I guess, just for a brief overview, is that Mr. Mattioni's client is the owner of a property across the street and is essentially, and I don't wish to mischaracterize things, looking to get a business's special assembly occupancy license revoked because there's some disputes about what's going on around the area.
Right.
So it's not an imminently dangerous or unsafe property. I won't characterize it, but that's the context
Okay.
of what this violation is.
Is the activity
Not
present?
violation.
Is the activity not happening at the present time?
It's happening.
Oh.
It's ongoing. It's ongoing, Mr. Pink. It's been ongoing for a long time.
So is it, it's not unsafe, the activity?
It's not an unsafe in that there's a building going to collapse or anything. It's
Not
how
an
the
unsafe
business operates.
It's a public nuisance, I guess you would say.
Nuisance.
All right, thank you. Based on that, we will reluctantly give you a continuance. But if in fact this comes back again, and no one's prepared, we're gonna move.
I do want to
Actually,
state
no,
I am prepared. I want that
Okay,
on the
I
record,
heard
Mr.
you.
Chair.
I hear you. But we will note this as a joint request for continuance.
Yes.
Okay, and it'll be another must be tried, okay?
Do we have any idea when the case will be
That will
scheduled?
be, I don't have that date. Please check in with Mr. Moto afterwards, and he can help you with potentially scheduling that date,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's
And
go on to our next list.
Thank you, Mr. Stander.
Okay.
I did just want to note for this case that given the quantity of witnesses and exhibits, I guess for Mr. Moda's benefit and the board, I would expect that this case is going to take around 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. So
I'm
if it's
reluctant
getting
to
on the
commit to
list,
4 hours. I'm never gonna do that in one
I-
setting.
I just
So what
wanted-
we will do, no. What I'm saying to you is that each of you should be prepared to know that we will cut you off or demand that you reduce your list of witnesses. Understood? Because what we will ask is that the administrator will keep a short list that day. Okay, but I'm also saying that if you have fact witnesses, make sure that they're specifically qualified to speak to the facts of the matter. No repeat testimony, and we will be holding you to a specific schedule because you won't be here at 10 o'clock at night.
I hope not to be here at 10 o'clock at night either, but if we do have on a shortened schedule, that would be appreciated.
Okay, we've heard complicated matters before.
Understood.
And we've demanded that the attorneys representing those clients on both sides truncate their presentation for purposes of the hearing.
Right, no.
Thank you very
understood.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Oh, that request is for both 9 and 10. That's, is that also including 1222-24 Walnut Street?
and
Different
that,
case.
yeah, preliminary, yeah, it's withdrawn.
Oh, okay, so if you would put that on the record,
Yes, I'll put that on the record now.
Yeah.
So turning to number 9, appeal ending 004-519, 1222 to 24 Walnut Street, appellant PMC Property Group. The matter has been marked withdrawn.
okay, thank you very much.
Yes, we withdrew that case.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Moto. Yeah, I've asked. No one else has come forward with a preliminary matter for the
Lawyer
regular
person.
list. Oh, I do have, my apologies. I have several hands up. So let's begin with Melanie Nesich.
Good afternoon again, members of the board. This is Melanie Nezich for the City of Philadelphia. I just have one preliminary regular matter to read
Okay.
into the record. This is for number 5 on your list, 714 St. Albans Street,
Yes.
HA 2025-000344. This matter is moot complied.
Mood complied. Thank you very much.
May I be excused?
Yes. Have a
Thank
good
you.
afternoon.
Have a good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Resort.
Hi, board members. Just two matters that are resolved. First is number 6 on your list, appeal ending 000542 for the property located at 9125 Marshall Street. The appellant is Ben Bronstein. That matter can be marked as moot.
Thank you. So noted.
And then number 11 on your list, appeal ending 001826 for the property located at 3400 Bering Street. The appellant is Anton Golant, doing business as MMAG Properties LLC. I believe agreement was sent to the board a couple months ago. It can be marked as a city of firm with a reduced fine of $2,000.
City affirm $2,000 fine. So noted. Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Okay, we'll hear now from Ms. Mari Aquino.
Good afternoon again, board members. This is Maria Aquino on behalf of the city. I have 2 matters to bring to the board's attention. The first is number 4 on today's list, appeal ending 000782 regarding 3032 East Street, appellant Hector Tapia. That matter was administratively continued, is my understanding.
Yes, I just needed to get response from the law department. You have any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
And the next matter is number 12 on today's list, appeal number ending 004199 regarding 1537 South 26th Street, appellant Skywide Construction. Could we please see if Ms. Paige Joff is on the call? That's appellant's counsel.
Ms. Paige Joff,
That's-
Joffe.
That's right.
Anyone present representing the interests of 1537 South 26th Street? Anyone present? No one's responding. What is
Well,
your pleasure?
So I did speak with Ms. Joff earlier this week, and she informed me that her client was detained and is currently incarcerated. And so given the circumstances, she was going to request a continuance. I'm not sure if anyone on board's administration received such a request.
Okay, let me check with the administrator.
Boards did receive a request, yes.
There is a request for continuance.
Okay, thank you. No objection on the city's behalf.
Okay, now the problem we have here is this is a third listing. But now that the appellant is incarcerated, the issue is how long should we continue this matter and what decision should we make?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. I mean,
Okay.
circumstances are uncertain. I'm not sure how long we'll need for that.
Okay, all right. Just one moment. Ms. Aquino, I think where we are is this. As counsel, Ms. Joffe should be present. And so given the circumstances you put on the record, we're going to provide a short continuance. And she must be present. We'll communicate with you and or the board in terms of the status of her client, in terms of his ability to be present. If he isn't, then she can certainly represent the facts and move forward with that. Okay?
Okay, thank
This
you.
will not be an unlimited continuance. I've asked the administrator to give a short continuance on this.
Noted. Thank you, board members.
Okay, all right. Okay, anyone else? Okay, I should hear from Mr. Lee Begelman.
Yes, good afternoon. I have two preliminary matters. The first is case number 1 on the list, appeal number ending 005438, concerning 2014 Sansom Street, appellant Alvin Holm. It is my understanding Mr. Holm submitted a continuance request earlier in the month.
What is city? We did receive a continuance request. What is the city's response?
No specific reason was given for the continuance, just that Mr. Holm was generally unavailable. I don't think he's here, so I believe he believes it has been continued. It is an old appeal. It's from 2021, but this is the first listing, is my understanding. So the city would not oppose this being continued.
Okay. Has he been in touch with you to discuss the details of the violations, or anyone else, you know?
No, he has not, besides his email to me telling me that he submitted a continuance request.
Yeah, it would suggest that probably the conversation would help. So we're going to honor the request that he's submitted to us to continue it today, given that the city is not opposed. We will continue it today, but it appears that a conversation would be helpful between the city and the appellant.
Yeah, and this can be just a short continuance. This is an unsafe
Yes.
property.
Yes, we will do that. Thank you. Mr. Moto, we'll do a shorter continuance.
I have one other preliminary matter.
Yes.
An agreement to read into the record. This is case number 7 on the list. Appeal number ending 004294. The address is 2561 South 61st Street. Appellant Luis Vasquez. I have an agreement. Attorney John Taylor, I think, is still on the line. Is counsel for Mr. Vasquez. We have an agreement. I just received a signed copy, so I can forward that to the board. The agreement is for a city affirm of the previous denial of a tobacco license, and in recognition of that, no longer contesting the violation, the health department is allowing the appellant and his business to apply for a tobacco license. So the details of the agreement will be reflected in the agreement I'll send shortly, but this should be marked as a city affirm.
City affirm. Okay, Mr. Taylor, you're muted. Just want you to on the record confirm.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last part, Commissioner, Board Chair.
Mr. Begelman, I think you need to repeat the last part. Mr. Taylor said he didn't hear you.
Oh, no, I didn't hear you, Board Chair.
Oh, okay. I just need you to confirm that, in fact, that is the sum and substance of the agreement for your client, on behalf of your client.
I confirm.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much, both of you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Mr. Begelman, anything else, or is anyone else with a preliminary matter for the the prime list? Anything else, Mr. Begelman?
Nothing else for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's it in terms of preliminary matters, let's go to call what's left. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moto, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. This is item 2 on today's list, hearing appeal ending 5075 for 1035 West Orleans Street. Kendall Witchard is the appellant. Also note that item number 3 on today's list, hearing appeal ending 5076 1031 West Orleans Street. Kendall Witchard, the same appellant.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
This is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Thank you. It's Kendall Richard present. Kendall Witchard. Or anyone representing the interests of Kendall Witchard? Anyone present? Okay, no one is responding.
In both matters, sir, the appellant listed 1732 North Hollywood Street. Notice of these hearings were sent to that address on 7/17 of 25.
Thank you very much. What is your pleasure, Mr. Rollo?
We would ask for both appeals to be dismissed for failure for want of appearance.
Okay, thank you very much. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus, for the first matter?
3:36 p.m.
3:36 p.m. We will vote on the matter separately. HA 2024-005075, 1035 West Orleans Street, Kendall Witchard. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you very much. Item 3, which is HA 2024-005076, 1031 West Orleans Street, Kendall Witcher. This matters, well, what time do we have?
3:37 PM.
3:37 PM. This matter is dismissed for failure to appear.
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 Thank you very much. That concludes those issues.
And that completes my list for today, board members.
Thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes. And what is our next matter?
All matters are complete, sir, but there is,
You have open matter number 8, I believe, don't we?
I believe, yeah, there was a resolution to that, but I don't know if it's been put on the record yet, sir.
Who's reading that matter into the record? Okay, wait a minute, you gotta come forward.
Don't leave.
Hold on a second.
You're Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah. Okay, your name and which issue are you here for?
My name is Jordan Rand. I'm here for 50 Spring Garden LLC on the appeal of 500 North Christopher Columbus Boulevard.
That's number 8. Okay. And you're Jordan Rand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, kind of read that into the record, please?
Of course, sir. This is item 8 on today's list, hearing appeal ending 2842, 500 North Christopher Columbus Boulevard. Timothy Townhill doing business as 50 Spring Garden LLC, Jordan M. Rand Esquire representing.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, where, do you have a witness for today?
I do have a witness available if necessary, Gene Stallworth. I don't know if his testimony is going to be required because I don't believe there are any substantive facts that are disputed, but he's ready to jump in if needed.
Okay, well, what, Mr. Rand, put just name and a record for your client, then we'll get started with the city, okay?
Sure. My name is Jordan M. Rand from the law firm of Claire Harrison Harvey Brandsburg.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, what's the city's case?
Yes, so if I could first call your attention to the appeal and specifically to the document that was appealed, and I will share my screen and put that on the screen now. This document, which is titled Inspection Report, it's not a notice or an order. In fact, it is an internal document that reflects the results of a permit inspection request. So to take a bit of a step back, building permit CP 2021-005736 was issued in August of 2021. There were 2 permit extensions requested prior to an initial inspection, which was requested and passed on December 4th, 2023. On June 4th, 2024, the inspection request that is reflected by this inspection report was submitted. You can see the identifying number up at the top right, the number that identifies the inspection request. And then down here, you can see where it says inspector comments, it says, please cancel. Permit has been extended 3 times and an initial site inspection has already been performed. This was Supervisor Garvin Jowers directing the permit inspector to cancel the permit request because an initial inspection had already been requested and performed. I believe, I'm sure this could be cleared up by the appellant, but I believe that this was perhaps misconstrued as a statement that the permit was being marked expired, but that is in fact not the case. The permit was left in active status and wasn't marked expired until May 20th, 2025. So the city's position is first that this internal inspection report, which just shows the results of a requested permit inspection, essentially canceled because that inspection has already been requested and passed. My first argument would be that this is not an appealable notice or order issued by the department. I would briefly call the board's attention to the Home Rule Charter, where the board is vested with jurisdiction to provide an appeal procedure whereby any person aggrieved by the issuance, transfer, renewal, refusal, suspension, revocation, or cancellation of any city license, or by any notice, order, or other action as a result of any city inspection, so on and so forth. So my first argument would be that this is not an appealable document. It's not an order. It's not a notice. This is an internal report, essentially just showing the results of an inspection request, and it's not resulting from an actual inspection. Then I have spoken with Mr. Rand, and Mr. Rand, I wasn't aware that you were upstairs, or I would have come up myself, so I apologize for that. My understanding is that what Mr. Rand and his client are attempting to actually appeal or to challenge is the revocation of the permit. I would posit that that is not currently before the board, although, you know, I did share with Mr. Rand that the permit was expired on May 20th of this year.
Is that the general building permit?
Yes, the general building permit.
Okay.
So I guess to end my I guess argument there, Gene Stallworth is available and he can testify to those dates that I provided. We can take them as an offer of proof for the time being. And if any of them are contested, or if the board wants to hear testimony on my description of the procedural history of the permit, I'd be happy to offer him up to the board. However, I think just the city's argument at this point against this appeal is on a purely legalistic and procedural footing.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's hear from Mr. Rand, because of course your case gets just a little backwards. We wanna
I
hear from you.
understand, Your Honor. Unlike, you know, how we spent most of the afternoon, the argument of the city now is that our appeal was too early, not too late. And my client is here, Mr. Townhill, as are two of the other project participants, the general contractor and Mr. Townhill's partner. I am prepared to offer testimony from all three, or to recite the facts, try to streamline this and have them adopt and affirm.
Well, let me understand something, and this may help you. What are you appealing? What decision that has been made by LNI that you are appealing?
The expiration of the general building permit.
And that building permit expired May 20th, 25?
That was not what my client was told, nor did he ever receive any notice that it expired in May or that it was still active after.
Okay,
December
has your
25th.
client accessed Eclipse, and what does that say?
Right now?
Yes.
It's expired, but.
As of what date?
I found out today that.
No,
this was
no, answer my question. If you can, or bring one of your clients. The Eclipse should indicate the date of expiration.
I'm sure the date that Mr. Fernandez stated is
Okay,
accurate.
so
He
May
told
20.
me today.
So
hey,
wait. So your appeal that we are prepared to hear today, is that an appeal of the expiration of the May 20th on May 20th? Or is it an appeal of something different?
It should all be treated as.
That
one
isn't what
appeal.
I'm asking you.
I guess it's different than your.
Okay, so if it isn't the expiration that occurred on May 20th, what is it that you are appealing?
The expiration didn't occur on May 20th.
But you just said that you agreed with Mr. Fernandez.
That's the date that's currently reflected in Eclipse, but it is not what my client was told on the actual expiration
Okay,
date of December 8th, 2024.
Okay,
That's when it expired.
Okay, let's do this then. We're gonna need to hear from your witnesses, Mr.
Sure.
Fernandez. So that we can, because if there, I just want to be clear, our authority extends to the point where the decision made, the city makes a decision, rights violation notice, revokes a license, revokes a permit, then the appellant can appeal the injured party can appeal saying this happened and it was inappropriate.
Understood.
So that's what we're here to do. And so that's why I was pushing you in terms of what action was taken that we have jurisdiction over.
And I think testimony will be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city calls.
Okay, wait, just one second. We have a question. Yeah.
Just a moment. I guess we both have questions.
Go ahead.
I just want to verify the permit expiration date that the attorney just spoke of was December the 8th, 2025.
No, 24 is when the permit expired on its face. And the city inspector informed my client that it would not be extended again and that he would need to appeal in order to get a further extension, which is what he did well within 30 days of the date he was notified that the natural date of expiration would in fact be the date of expiration.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I have two questions. One for Mr. Fernandez, having, before I got on the board, been involved in some issues like this. If there's a building permit expiration and you want to appeal to extend that building permit, that doesn't mean an appeal to the L&I Review Board. Wouldn't that mean to either the Board of Building Standards or administratively within the department? I mean, I don't recall ever hearing a case of an expired building permit. I know you can appeal to get it extended, but I don't think this is the place you go to. That's number one. And then number two, and then I'll let Mr. Rand respond to number two. I'm reading the appeal form, and there's nothing in the appeal form that speaks to the issue. This speaks to the issue of an expired building permit. It's the appeal that's before us was filed July 8, 2024, and you're telling us, I believe you gave a December 2024 date of the expiration of a building permit, but this appeal's dated July 8th of 2024, which would be 6 months before the permit expired. And it doesn't say anything about a permit in the appeal. And I believe the firm, your name is on this appeal, Mr. Rand. So let's go back to my first question to Mr. Fernandez, and then maybe that segues into my second question.
Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Pincus. I will say that I have also never represented the city in an appeal where a permit expiration was challenged. And so I don't know offhand where that appeal would go to. So again, I can take a look at that and see if I can figure it out now. But this is the first time I've ever seen a case where somebody wishes to challenge the expiration of a permit before this or any other board.
But typically, if a permit is set to expire, there are extensions, but there's only a certain number of extensions in a certain period of time, and then it will expire no matter what you say or do. If I understand, either it's under the city code or the city charter?
Yes, there is language in the administrative code that the chief code official can, for reasonable cause, extend up to 2 extensions. Can grant 2 6-month extensions. There's also language requiring that the maximum extensions be 12 months altogether. So that is what is being referenced in that report documenting the cancellation of the request for a second initial inspection. I have the code language here in front of me. I will share my screen once again so that the board can see it.
It's even my recollection that either COVID or there was some other prior circumstance in the city. Maybe it was eclipse, the adoption, but from time to time, there would be extensions granted beyond that period of time. But I think it entailed the draft of city ordinance also.
Yes, there was at one time an additional extension allowed because of COVID and because of the delays in construction that resulted during COVID. I don't believe that is relevant here, but the code language is here, A302.2. So the permit can be extended for a period not exceeding 6 months upon written request. A maximum of 2 extensions for a total period not exceeding 12 months may be granted to extend the time to commence work. So here, and again, Inspector Stallworth will testify to the accuracy of these numbers. The first extension was granted on June 9th, 2022. Second extension was granted May 30th, 2023. And then with respect to the actual expiration of the permits, the way it actually is done in practice is a item will be put on the permit inspector's to-do list for the first date at which expiration is appropriate. However, they will sometimes not get to it for a period of time after that. So here, even though the second extension was granted May 30th, 2023, and should have gone for just 6 months, it actually ended up being essentially just under 2 years before the permit was actually formally marked expired by the department.
Okay. Let's get to the second issue that Mr. Prince has raised in terms of what was in the actual appeal. And I guess that would be you, sir, to respond to that.
Sure. Can I back up a little bit to get at the procedural history?
No, I want to hear about the question he raised, and you can come, at some point, you may come back to the procedural matters on argument, but I want to hear this issue of the appeal itself.
Could you repeat the question? I was
All right,
concentrating
so
on.
I'm
Mr.
going to read
Fernandez.
this. It's not very extensive. I see an appeal that was filed and marked received by the Department of License, by our board's office on July 8th of 2024. That's 6 months before the expiration by the city of the permit. The appeal says we have had some major issues with buried tanks which have delayed the project, and that combined with COVID has made it very difficult to finance this project. I expect to get everything resolved so that we can start building in 2025. That's an appeal dated 7/3. Well, the signature date by someone is 7/3/24. The filing date is July 8th of 2024. And it lists the attorney on the matter. Maybe you didn't fill it out, as Jordan Reed at Claire Harrison is listed as the attorney. You may not have actually signed this.
No,
That's the appeal that was filed, and it doesn't say anything. And then attached to the appeal is the inspection report, but it doesn't say anything regarding any violation notice or anything related substantively to an expiration of a building permit.
Understood. So I think I misspoke earlier when I said December 8th. I think July 8th was the correct date. My client will testify, if permitted, that he did seek a COVID extension, a third extension, and it was granted. As that third extension was coming to expire in June of 2024, he met with the inspector. He said, I'd like to request one more extension. We're not quite ready to start. We're still trying to, recover from the delays that we suffered from COVID. We have been doing this environmental work. We have removed tanks. We have done a phase 2, but we need one more extension. The inspector said, no. In order to seek another extension, you're going to have to go before the LNI board. My client said, okay, well, can I get a document of some sort that is that decision so that I can appeal it? And what he got is the document that's attached to his appeal.
And if I may clarify one thing, because I also had a missing piece of information. Mr. Rain is correct that there were in fact 3 extensions granted in this. I had an extension missing from the document that I shared on the screen. The first extension was June 9th, 2022. The second extension was November 29th, 2022. That one I had, I think, mistakenly deleted from my list. And then the third extension was May 30th, 2023. The COVID regulations did allow for a third 6-month extension. So here, there's no dispute that 3 extensions were granted there's no dispute there. And so I suppose the sought relief for the appeal is authorization for a 4th extension. And I'll leave it there for now.
And I guess, Mr. Rand, your appeal, your written appeal, didn't say that.
The written appeal.
The one that we were just reading.
Yes, it said we're challenging the expiration of the permit. We're not ready to build.
But it doesn't say that. Read the appeal.
Should I read it again to you?
Please.
We have had some major issues with buried tanks which have delayed this project. And that combined with COVID has made it very difficult to finance this project. I expect to get everything resolved so that we can start building in 2025. That's what is cited as the reason for the appeal. There's nothing in here, and we get appeals all the time when people receive code violations, and I need more time to get the violation complied. So reading this, at least I would have no idea that this is an appeal of an expired building permit, having just looked at and having read to you what this appeal states. So now you're telling us that this inspection report, which the inspection report that's attached says, please cancel inspection report.
Yes,
It doesn't even say that it says, please cancel permit has been extended 3 times and an initial site inspection has already been performed. So again, it just says it's been canceled. It's been extended 3 times. It doesn't say it's canceled or anything. So I think it would be very hard to read from this appeal what the matter is that we should be considering today.
The decision that's under appeal is cancel. the
Okay,
permit.
but the only thing we need you to acknowledge and to move forward with is that you didn't put that in your
I did a
paperwork.
very bad job on my form. I really did. And I apologize to the board and I take full responsibility.
Because that
for it.
creates a whole lot of confusion on this side of the bench.
I blew it and that's on the record now and it's embarrassing for me. So I apologize.
Okay, so we need to hear then from Mr. Fernandez, because in fact, it'll change to how he presents his case. Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, I call, Gene Stallworth.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Stallworth, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, let's proceed.
Good afternoon, Inspector Stallworth. Just to do a little bit of initial table setting, I'm going to ask you questions about a permit. Specifically, I'm talking about permit CP 2021-005736. Unless I indicate otherwise, any reference I make during my questioning will be in reference to that permit. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, Inspector Stallworth, did you have a chance to review Eclipse records related
Before
to?
you do that, let's lay some, who is he and what does he do?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. Long day. Inspector Stallworth, can you please introduce yourself, state your position of employment and where you're employed?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Supervisor Gene Stallworth. I'm the supervisor of the ISC court unit for the Department of License and Inspection.
Okay, do you have familiarity with the LNI Eclipse system?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I also made a mistake. I didn't swear Mr. Stallworth in, I don't believe. Sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Okay, Inspector Stallworth, are you familiar with the Eclipse system?
Yes, I am.
Okay, have you used it in connection with your job responsibilities in the past?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and does LNI use the Eclipse system as its data keeping resource for its day-to-day operations with respect to permits?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you heard my spiel earlier about the specific permit in question, so I'm now going to turn to asking you questions about that permit. Did you have a chance to review Eclipse records related to that permit?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when was the application that would result in the issuance of that permit submitted to LNI?
Hold on one second. I apologize. I was waiting so long for this case to come up. Started having some issues with it.
Do you want me to ask the question again?
Sure.
When was the application that resulted in the issuance of this permit? When was it submitted, the application?
When was the application submitted?
Yes.
So it looks like it was submitted as of August 31st
Of what year?
of 2021.
Okay, when was the permit issued?
The permit was issued November 18th of 2021 also.
Okay, were there any extensions granted to start work after the issuance of the permit?
Yes.
When
It
was
looks
the
like
first? Just go ahead.
looks like the first extension was June the 9th of 2022.
Okay, were there any more extensions after that?
Of course, there were two more. There was another one May 30th of 2023.
And when was you referenced 3, when was the third extension?
I'm sorry, I'm having a computer issue right now. Yeah, I can't get into Eclipse right this moment. So I'm having an issue with the very last one. I had made some notes based off of some of your things that you had sent over to me. So I had those two dates in front of me, but the last one, I did see it as well.
Okay, so you're confident that there is a third permit extension that was granted on this permit?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Okay.
let's confirm the second date.
Yes, what I will do is I don't normally like to share a screen that has internal Eclipse information on it, but given the circumstances, I will share my screen so that Supervisor Stallworth, excuse me, can read the Eclipse records. Would that be acceptable to the board?
Yes, unless there's an objection. Okay, yes.
Okay.
Actually, I believe you shared it with us earlier.
That wasn't the actual Eclipse records.
Oh.
But this is not available on Atlas, or I would just use Atlas. Inspector Stallworth, can you see the highlighted rows here?
Yes, I see him.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to the first time I see the word extend. What's the date of the extension granted that is demarcated in the permit records by this row?
This one here is June 9th of 2022.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down now. What's the permit extension? When was this one granted?
This one here says November 29th of 2022.
Okay, and finally, I'm gonna go down to the final extend permit process row. What was the date of
May-
this extension?
That one there was completed on May 30th of 2023.
Okay, there is here a pass, I'm sorry, this row, what does this row reflect? The row that is currently.
This is a scheduled inspection by the contractor. It's the initial inspection.
And what is
It
the
was-
result of this inspection?
That inspection was passed on December 4th, 2023.
Okay, then I'm just gonna scroll down to the bottom. When was this permit marked expired by LNI?
That was marked expired on May 20th of 2025.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I'm sorry, Supervisor Stallworth, those Eclipse records that you just saw coming right off Eclipse, are they consistent with your earlier review of Eclipse records in preparation for this, this case?
Yes, they are.
Okay, have you worked as a building inspector in the past?
Yes, I have.
Okay, if an initial inspection has already been passed, would it be appropriate for an LNI inspector to conduct another initial inspection after that?
That's really the inspector's discretion. We may do it again, based off of the work is started, the status of the job, where they're at, but we do not do multiple initial inspections. In my time of 14 years of being on the department, most of the times we only do 2 initial inspections on a permit.
Okay, I have no further questions for Supervisor Stallworth.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can we pull back up the Eclipse records, please?
Bear with me for just a moment.
Sure. And could we go to the first initial inspection?
I believe that is. First inspection, here we go.
Supervisor Stallworth.
Yes,
do you
sir.
Do you see the first initial inspection date?
Yes.
And am I correct? That was December 4th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that sometimes you do 2 initial inspections, right?
Yes.
Where is the second initial inspection on this list?
It looked like somebody requested it right there on June 4th. If you go down one more, it looks like it was requested.
From Mr. Jowers, correct?
No, if you look above, it shows you who the Eclipse account is who requests the inspection.
Mr. Welsh requested the inspection, but who would have made the decision whether to provide it?
So the inspector pretty much puts the result in the inspection. So we can close it out, we could pass it, we can fail it, we could waive it. The inspector does.
And here the inspector was Mr. Jowers, correct?
Yes.
So am I correct that on or about June 3rd, 2024, someone on behalf of this project requested a second initial inspection, correct?
Absolutely.
And are you aware that Mr. Jowers was in contact with Thomas Welsh and Timothy Townhill concerning getting more time to do the project?
No, I was not privy to that information.
Are you aware that Mr. Jowers indicated that as long as they were performing some work on the
Objection
property,
to hearsay. There's no
Yes.
way
party
Supervisor
opponent
Stallworth
admission.
would be aware of this
Wait.
conversation.
There's an objection. Complete the objection, then I can wait, rule on it. Mr. Fernandez. I
Oh, I'm
didn't hear
sorry.
all that.
Oh, yeah, well, I object. This is an attempt to get alleged statements by Supervisor Jowers in through asking Supervisor Stallworth if he would know of these statements when there's no reason to believe he would know of these statements.
Okay, we'll sustain the objection. Okay, please proceed.
for clarification, was the objection sustained on hearsay grounds or other?
Based on his objection, what he said, I'm sustaining the objection. Okay.
Could I just understand what the
No,
objection
we're going to move
is?
on. I'm not going to argue those two. Look,
we
we
sh-
need, yes.
So if there's an evidentiary question, does the board want to discuss that, or do you have? I don't want to leave you without
Sure.
counsel if you have a question about evidence.
Well, on the hearsay question, essentially. On the matter of Mr. Jowers hasn't been called or subpoenaed by anyone to testify, I don't believe.
Well,
And I don't know if the current witness would know.
that's why I'm asking whether it was a hearsay objection or some.
Oh,
other
hearsay,
kind of-
my apologies.
I don't
Yeah.
understand the
Yeah,
nature, and
here-
therefore I can't.
My
respond.
response is it basically hearsay.
Okay, so my response to that is a party opponent admission is not hearsay. And here, Supervisor Stallworth is here in his capacity as a representative for LNI.
Right.
And so is Mr. Jowers. They are LNI for all.
But
intents and
Mr. Jowers,
purposes.
is he being called to testify?
No.
Chair
but-
Woodson, may I
Yes.
have an executive
Yeah,
session?
just excuse me for a moment. Okay, back on the record, after consultation with counsel, we're going to overrule that objection, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Stallworth, I believe I was asking you whether you were aware that Inspector Jowers informed Mr. Timothy Townhill that if he wanted additional time to extend the project and not have the permit canceled, whether you would have to appeal to this board. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that conversation.
Do you agree with me that the document that was submitted with the appeal that we looked at a little earlier, that is Inspector Jowers' decision to cancel the permit? Is that right?
That was not a decision to cancel the permit. That was a statement that Garvin Jowers has said to cancel the inspection. If you read the statement, it says that initial inspection was already completed to cancel that. It wasn't to cancel the permit. It was to cancel an initial inspection.
Could we pull that document back up?
Sure.
I got it.
So if you read the inspector comments there on the bottom, right below deficiencies noted, it says, please cancel, comma, permit has been extended 3 times and a initial inspection has already been performed. So that means he was saying cancel an initial inspection, not to cancel the permit. If he would have been requesting for the permit to be expired, he would have clearly stated cancel this, expire this permit immediately.
Are you aware that the effect of the submission of this document was the eventual cancellation of the permit?
I'm sorry, could you please ask that question again?
Are you aware that as a result of Inspector Jowers' submission of this document, the permit was canceled?
Okay, so whenever he said that, when I look at when the permit was expired, the permit was not expired when he made that statement. So I think there's some sort of confusion. The permit was not expired until this year in May. That statement was made in June of 2024. Is that when he made that statement?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're talking about virtually a year.
So do you agree that if Inspector Jowers told Timothy Townhill that his permit was being canceled on June 4th, 2024, that would be confusing?
I can't speak on what Jowers had told the owner of the project. I wasn't privy to that conversation, unfortunately.
But it does look like he handed Mr. Townhill a document that says, please cancel.
Are you saying this document, sir? That's the document?
Yeah,
you
that's
referenced?
what it says.
Okay, you misconstruing the document. So let's move on.
He's told us what the document says. He's interpreted for us, Mr.
Understood.
Starworth, so we can
Okay.
figure it out.
Let's move on.
On what date was notice provided to Mr. Townhill that the permit was marked expired by honor?
Looking in Eclipse right this moment, it looks like the permit was expired May 20th of 2025, this year.
And how was notice of that fact transmitted to Mr. Townhill?
So what happens is there's a natural expiration that comes up in the inspector's to-do list every 6 months. If there's no inspections that happen, it just naturally generates. So the inspector has the autonomy to expire the permit if no work is happening. They usually reach out to the contractor to see what's going on or the status of it, but that's up to the inspector. If we don't see any work going on the project or no recent inspections, they can expire the permit.
I have a question, if I may, or shall I let them finish? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm happy to entertain a question or.
No, go ahead. Proceed.
So are you able to tell us whether notice that the permit was marked expired in May of 2025 was ever communicated to Mr. Townhill?
No, I can't. I don't see that.
I have no further questions for this. witness.
Okay, thank you.
May I, Inspectors, Supervisor Stallworth?
Yes,
isn't
sir.
The expiration of a permit able to be privileged by the Eclipse account holder of that permit?
Absolutely.
So in this case, the holder of that Eclipse account automatically gets notification in Eclipse and on that particular permit that it has expired, as well as a email from Eclipse.
Also, when the expiration is upcoming as well, too.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on. Mr. Fernandez, any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses, members of the board.
Okay, all right. Sir, this is your opportunity to put on your case.
I'd like to call Mr. Townhill.
Okay, one of the things we'd like to hear, please, Mr. Townhill, come forward. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, let's move forward. One of the things, sir, that I'd like to hear from you is what decision that was made by the department that you are actually appealing?
Would you like to hear from me or the witness?
Either you or through your witness. We
The
need,
decision to cancel the permit in June of 2024.
there's no, you will need to point us to a decision that was made in June 2024.
May I
Okay,
examine the witness?
sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Townhill, did you meet with Mr. Jowers in June of 2024?
Yes, along with Tom Welsh.
Could you tell us about that meeting?
That was where we tried to get an additional extension because of delays in getting finance, because contractors and banks just weren't prepared to lend or to entertain construction. And so we were trying to see how much further we could get it. And he told us at that point that in December that it would be finished, that we'd had enough extensions.
Okay, we don't know Mr. Townhill's relationship to this project.
Understood. Let me establish the foundation.
Yeah.
Mr. Townhill, could you tell the board how you are involved in this project?
Would you repeat your first name, please?
Tim.
Tim.
Yes. I'm the sole owner of 50 Spring Garden LLC.
You're sole owner of 50 Spring Garden. Are you also the developer / contractor? What is your role?
No, I'm not the contractor. The Howe Group, who are here represented, are the contractor, but I am the owner of the property.
Okay, and you are also the developer of the property?
Co-developer with another developer who's here today as well.
Okay, so you're a co-owner and owner of property and co-developer of the project?
Yes, albeit sort of probably minor developer, but yes, effectively.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Did you ask Mr. Jowers in June of 2024 if he would extend the permit further?
Yes,
What did he say?
that we'd had enough extensions and there was only a limited number that were allowed, and thus that's when the permit would expire in December of 2024.
And did he tell you he was putting in paperwork to cancel the permit?
I didn't remember him saying that, but the intimation was that essentially we'd had enough time.
And how did you get the document that we looked at earlier where it had the phrase, please cancel, that I read from?
I think that was handed to my business associate, Thomas Welsh. I think it was handed to him. I think that's how he got it, I think.
Do you know who handed it to him?
I would assume Mr. Jowers, because that was the only contact we had at that time for the LNI.
Why were you looking for a document like that?
Well, we wanted to get, obviously, because of the delays and it occurred because of COVID, we wanted obviously try and get as much time as we could. We had done some work during the time. We'd taken out the gas tanks, we'd done phase 1, done a phase 2, cleared the site, but we just needed more time.
And what did Mr. Jowers tell you you had to do if you didn't agree with his decision?
To appeal the decision.
To this board?
To appeal the decision, and the inference was LNI was the entity that we should appeal to.
Now,
Before you could, what decision did he tell you needed to appeal?
The expiry of the permit in December.
That's not a decision. That's an automatic action that occurred.
But we were trying to get, we were trying to get an extension. So whether you call that an appeal or an extension, but essentially if we wanted to get any more time beyond that, then we had to appeal.
So this is where I'm asking you, Mr. Rand, is it your purpose today to ask this board to grant an extension to an expired permit?
I have two requests to the board. One would be that. One would be to say that, yes, based on the merits, which we have not gotten to because of this procedural issue, but based on the merits, Mr. Townhill should have been entitled to approximately 3 more months to get started, which now we know he had.
Okay, what's 2?
The second is to reconsider a decision not to grant the second initial inspection. Supervisor Stallworth testified that that's not uncommon. And there is no basis before the board for the denial of that second inspection, which
Well, what harm did it go to your client if he doesn't get that second inspection?
it resulted in cancellation of the permit.
But you got to make that connection because we haven't seen that yet.
Understood.
Okay. Now also for you, sir, Townhill, you said your permit expired 12/31/24. but I thought it was that it was a 25 termination,
No,
expiration date.
we were given the information that we were permitted 2 extensions from December 2023. So that was the first one was to June 2024, and then the second one was to December 2024. And that was it. We were told we did not get anything more than that.
Okay,
So
no,
to-
no, I'm asking about the natural expiration of the permit. What did you say about that?
We were not told or were not informed, and I would say we didn't get an email about the fact that the natural expiry was May.
But you as the
2025.
developer would know that. I mean, once you guys take out permits, it's your responsibility to know when they expire.
And I was led to believe that it was December 2024.
Okay.
Well, then your appeal is dated July 8th of 2024.
And that was because at that time, not knowing the full process in terms of how to get a potential extension, I provided that information to try and get an appeal, to try and find a way to extend the permit beyond the
Well,
period that it
you
has.
also testified that, according to Mr. Jowers, you determined you should file an appeal to the Department of Licenses and Inspections. This is the board, so is there any efforts or any record or any documents that you actually went not above, but appealed it internally to the Department of Licenses and Inspections regarding the expiration of the permit?
No, because we'd been told by
Well,
the
do you have any
supervisor.
record, do you have any documents that support an appeal that you made to the commissioner? In 2024, there was a commissioner.
Well, when we were told in June 2024 that we only had until December 24, when we spoke to the representatives of L&I, they told us the only way to get extension was to have an appeal. We'd spoken to the L&I representatives, and they didn't give us any information that they didn't say, well, you can come back to the district inspector or you can come to a supervisor. They said you need to appeal.
I have a question, Mr. Townhill.
So
Who is the account holder for the permit in question here for the Eclipse?
Thomas Welsh.
Thomas Welsh. So he gets information, emails, and he sees the permit. He understands Eclipse system,
He does so,
knowing
yeah.
that when you apply for the permit,
Yeah.
initial application approval gives you an expiration date.
Well, the expiration date at that point was December 2023 was the initial expiry because it was 2 years, and then you get two 6-month extensions. So that's what we were led to believe, and that's what was in the Eclipse system, that it was going to be cancelled in December 2024. There's nothing that we ever received or email, I would say, that gave us the impression or gave us the understanding that it was May 2025. That was a shock to me today.
Except you keep using the word canceled. It expired.
Okay,
They
well,
aren't interchangeable.
All right,
If I may
apologize,
say,
expired.
the expiration date remains the same, even with the extensions. The date on the permit for expiration from the initial submission and approval remains the same. It never changes.
May I interject just to seek to clarify something, because I think I understand what both the witness is getting at and why it may be confusing. So a permit, once a permit is issued and once an inspection is performed, work has to occur within 6 months of that inspection, or else the permit can be expired. Then there's additionally the extensions that can be granted at the discretion of the code official. And at this time, because of COVID, there were 3 6-month extensions that were provided. So to briefly run through the timeline, the permit gets issued November 2021. There's an extension requested and granted approximately 6 months later, June 9th, 2022. Then a second extension approximately 6 months later, November 29th, 2022. And then there is the initial inspection that is passed about 6 months after that, December 4th, 2023. So I think it may help conceptualize this if you imagine the past initial inspection as another 6-month tolling of the bell, because once, and again, this isn't necessarily, if no work is occurring, this isn't necessarily the case, but procedurally, a lot of times when an inspection has been performed, there's going to be 6 months before L&I looks at the permit again to potentially expire it. So December 4th, 2023, the initial the initial inspection is requested and passed. That is after 3 formal requests for extension have been granted. So at that time, June of 2024 is going to be the potential expiration date. Then the inspection request that is central to this appeal is requested June 4th, 2024. Again, I think it's possible what happened here is Inspector Jowers speaks to the appellant, or meets them at site, whatever it may be, and says, this has been extended 3 times, which is the most L&I can extend a permit. There's no further extensions that happen. And then I think maybe to connect the dots, and it might have been said, December 2024 rolls around. If this project isn't underway, the permit is up for expiration. And I think that is what prompted the appellant to say, well, if you're not going to give me another formal extension, I'm going to appeal to seek more time because we're not going to have enough time to get this up and running by December 2024. So I believe at the time this appeal was submitted, the permit was not expired. The appellant was aware the permit wasn't expired, but the appellant likely knew that they would need more time to get the financing, whatever it is, in line so that they could start work sometime after December 2024. Does that?
Yeah, that helps.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
can we also stipulate possibly to one other thing to eliminate some confusion? Can we agree that the May 2025 date where it was actually marked expired does not naturally tie to any other date? Permit application, extension, inspection, it bears no relationship to any of those dates.
I would, with a caveat, I would say, it sounds like perhaps the appellant could have been told December 2024 is when this permit is going to be marked expired if work hasn't commenced. But then for whatever reason that we don't have the information in front of us now to ascertain is, the inspector, the assigned permit inspector, didn't actually mark the permit expired until May 2025. So could have been expired December 2024. Perhaps that is the date that was given to the appellant. But then for whatever reason, the permit wasn't actually moved to expired status for another nearly 6 months after that.
Okay. Any additional testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Townhill, did you have any reason to believe after December 2024 that your permit was active?
No, not at all.
If you had known that it was active, what would you have done?
We have been working for the last 9 months or so on getting the project developed. So we're now at a point that we can move forward. But if I'd have known that we'd have had that extra time, I think that would have accelerated the process. We didn't think at the beginning of this year that there was much point in moving as fast as we could have done because simply we believed that the permit was in an expired position. Also, we were going through this appeal process.
Did anyone ever suggest to you that the permit would expire in May of 2025?
No, none at all.
Would you have any reason to believe that that could be even possible?
No, because it was very, very clearly stated to us in the June period that December it's up. That's it. You've had your extensions.
Now, what was the reason you needed more time?
So when we first got the permit, we were in the sort of the run over from COVID. We were having conversations with contractors. One of the contractors is here now, which actually is one of the ones that's going to be working on it. We were having conversations with banks. There's a very strong reluctance for groups to get involved in projects like this. And so we naturally were trying to work on it, but we just could not get the project moving.
And what is the project?
The project is to build 62 apartments with retail at the base. It's a 7-story building in the Northern Liberties area. And we're, hoping to look to satisfy some of the housing need for that part of the city.
And what's at that property right now?
It's a vacant lot.
I have a question.
Wait a minute.
Um,
Oh, yes, Mr. Jackson, yes, please.
Is there a start date planned?
There is, sir, yes. We are now in a position where we will be able to start this project before the end of the year. We will be able to start moving ground, preparing foundations, and we believe we'll have financing by that point.
So there's no site work done yet?
There's no major site work. I've done the phase 1 and phase 2, which essentially prepared the ground ready for the foundation, but there's no substantial foundation work done at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, is financing currently in place?
It is not in place. We're talking to banks at the moment.
So it's possible that financing won't be in place by the end of the year.
I don't think that's the case. We've got an advisor who believes that the financing is possible and completely
Well, let me
available.
ask you, do you have preliminary commitment letters?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, any additional questions?
Mr. Townhill, did you submit evidence of the intended financing to the board?
I did, yes.
What did you submit?
So we provided a letter from our advisors. So I've hired a group called Ackman Ziff, who are a relatively well-known New York-based group who are going to be doing the financing. They believe that this financing is eminently doable, and they're talking to banks at the moment.
And did you submit to the board as evidence for this appeal your general contractor's contract?
Yes, we've signed our GC contract with the Howe Group, who are going to be building the building. And the construction cost of that is somewhere in the order of $15 million.
And if you were granted just a few more months to get started, do you believe that you could?
Absolutely. It's our intention to start groundwork before the end of the year and get the building finished in around 12 to 18 months. So it would be a mid-27 construction finish.
Thank you.
Mr. Townhill,
Yes,
with
sir.
the testimony you just made, is there anything wrong with you once you acquire the funding that you just submit for another permit? Is there anything stopping you from doing that?
There isn't, other than the time and the cost, and that would possibly delay my process now because we're moving towards the financing close, and to now to say to a bank, well, we actually don't have a permit. They want it to be shovel ready when they commit their financing. So this would put us back 6 to 9 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of additional questions.
Yes, please.
I'll make it brief. Mr. Townhill, was there ever a time as the consequences of COVID were still lingering that you were concerned you might never be able to do this project?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think that, in the dark days after COVID, where contractors were raising prices monthly, where banks were putting overly restrictive restrictions on a financing, this was a project which I tried to sell because I felt it was going to be too much of a financial liability. Thankfully, things have normalized now and the transaction can go ahead.
Even today, are you aware of banks foreclosing on properties that just as a result after COVID never got off the ground?
Yeah, there are many, I think, buildings today where people have gone into the financing and not able to refinance or not able to finish the project because of difficulties with the contractors.
And have you seen partially constructed projects that are essentially abandoned?
I have seen those downtown, yes.
And how was it able, you were,
Mr. Rand, that's not, I'd like you to shorten that because that's not really relevant to what we're deciding today.
understood?
Okay, all right. I do have a question for your client, though. Mr. Townhill, how long have you been a developer in Philadelphia?
5 years?
How many projects have you built?
One.
How big was it?
It's a 10-unit duplex in Temple.
And when was that completed?
That was completed at the end of 23.
Does your co-developer have more extensive experience in Philadelphia?
Much more extensive than myself, and that's why I teamed
Okay.
up with them.
Where did you build before you came to Philadelphia?
Where did I build?
Yes.
I
Where
didn't.
were you a developer before you?
I wasn't, sir.
And are you an architect or an engineer?
I'm an engineer.
Did you practice in Philadelphia?
I did not.
Where'd you practice?
Well, I was a mining engineer,
Okay,
so not a civil
Okay.
engineer.
okay, thank you.
I have no
Any-
further questions for
okay.
this
I have a
witness.
question for Mr. Stallworth. Inspector Stallworth. I guess the permit, the inspection report indicates the contractor is Thomas Welsh. We're hearing from Mr. Townhill. But at all times, access to Eclipse was available to the developer, to Mr. Welsh, whoever it is, and they could check on Eclipse regarding the dates of the permits, the extensions, and the expirations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So if this document, it's an inspection report, doesn't say anything about the actual expiration of a building permit, it says it's been extended 3 times. If you go to Eclipse, which is what Mr. Fernandez put up, it has the dates for the issuances of the permits. And the last extension that he referenced was granted on May 30th of 2023. And it was their belief that it would expire in December. No. If it's 5/30/23, it was a 6-month extension. Is that correct?
Yes. It's usually a
So-
6-month extension after the previous extension.
So it would have expired at the end of 2023. If this date of the 3rd extension was May 30, 2023, is that correct? Am I wrong, Mr. Fernandez?
No, Mr. Pincus, I would just add that the first initial inspection was then requested 6 months later, December 4th, 2023. That inspection was passed. The inspector went to the site, said, "This looks good. You're ready to begin." And that in effect told the clock another 6 months. And that's how we get to June 4th, 2024, when another initial inspection is requested. And then allegedly Inspector Jowers goes to the site, Supervisor Jowers, I should say, goes to the site and says, cancel the inspection request. This has already had 3 extensions, and again, allegedly puts the appellant on notice. You have 6 months to begin. There's no more extensions. December 2024 is when this permit can be expired if work is not underway. And
So what is the date if I'm looking, and I guess this is for Inspector Stallworth, if I'm looking at Eclipse and I'm looking at dates and I'm experienced at this, and the first or this inspection is in June of 2024, then June 4th is the print date of this document that's attached, this inspection report. Then I would know and understand that as of June 4th, my expiration is 6 months from that date. Is that essentially what the appropriate interpretation of looking at Eclipse and what I would see on Eclipse would say, or I would understand it to say?
So he would get the estimated expiration date. He would see that on his Eclipse account as well,
What is
too.
Is it on the Eclipse account?
Yeah, they know when the permit is up for expiration. So they have that date as well, too. So the clock starts over every 6 months once an inspection is passed.
I would just say, and Inspector Stallworth, you can take a look at this to actually affirm this under oath. But it does look like there was a managed permit expiration line in the process tab scheduled for October 3rd, 2024. That was then delayed on November 12th, 2024 by Inspector Rodney Anello. And Inspector Stallworth, is that what would appear as the permit expiration date, the scheduled October 3rd, 2024 expiration date?
Yes.
So I believe as of after that June 2024 inspection attempt that resulted in the document that is subject to this appeal, after then, it would have stated, if you logged into Eclipse, according to Inspector Stallworth's testimony just now, it would have stated October 3rd, 2024 as the expiration date, even though the permit would still appear in active status as opposed to expired status upon login and check in Eclipse all the way through May of 2025.
Okay, Mr. Rand, are you complete your examination of Mr.
Of
Townhill?
this witness, yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, any cross-examination?
I'll keep it very brief, but yes, I apologize. Could you repeat your name, sir?
Timothy Townhill.
Mr. Townhill, thank you. Mr. Townhill, you appealed to the Board of L&I Review in July of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your appeal, it didn't state exactly what relief you were requesting, but it talked about the delays, the financing difficulties, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
And in actuality, you were essentially seeking a fourth extension of the building permit in question when you took this appeal, right?
I was, I think, being unaware of the process and not necessarily writing it in correct, legal language. That's what I was doing. Yes.
Right. And what caused you to take the appeal was when you were basically told you've had your 3 appeals, we can't give you any more, right?
We had our 3 extensions. We can't have any more. Yes.
Okay. And after that June 2024 meeting with Inspector Jowers, when you were told there's no more extensions to be given, in the time immediately after that meeting, you knew that the permit was still active at that time, right?
Up until December, yes.
And your understanding was that as long as you started work by December, you would be allowed to do the work authorized by the permit, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You stated before that the reason you don't want to have to re-permit the project is because of the permitting time and costs, right?
The permitting time, which could then cause problems with the financing, yes.
Okay, and based on the dates that Inspector Stallworth testified about earlier, permit was applied for in August. Sorry, let me make sure I get the dates right. August 31st, 2021, and then the permit was issued November 18th, 2021. That's just about 2.5 months from permit application to permit issuance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what the fees associated with this permit were? How much was actually paid in permitting fees?
Well, the permit wasn't applied for by me. The permit was applied for by the original owner of the property.
Okay. Are there any other financial reasons why this permit is particularly important to you rather than a new permit?
Well, there's the obvious one of the tax abatement, which would help in terms of the overall financing.
Okay, so when this permit was applied for in December 2021, that was 1 month before the changes were made to how tax abatements are issued, correct?
I don't know the exact timing, but in the terms of when we bought the project versus when the permit was issued, we were sold the project on the basis it had the tax abatement.
Okay, did you rush the permit application to get it in before the changes to the tax abatement law?
I didn't apply for the permit, so.
Okay, did you rush to get the project ready for permitting before the changes to the tax abatement law?
Again, I didn't have the project prior to the permit application. So we purchased the lot and the building design with the tax abatement and with the permit.
Okay, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any additional witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I'd like to call Tom McHale.
okay. Your name, sir?
Tom McHale,
Would you spell your last name, please?
MC, capital HALE.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McHale, what do you do for a living?
I'm the Director of Operations for Hal General Contracting.
And can you tell us a little about your background?
Yeah, I've spent the last 35, 40 years in construction. And the last 8 with the Hal Group, working in their general contracting division.
How long have you done so in the Philadelphia area?
Probably good 20 years, probably.
And how many projects have you worked on in the Philadelphia area?
Too many I want to remember. Probably over 50, I would think.
And if this project does get off the ground, are you going to be the GC?
Yes.
Now, did you hear the testimony about the timing of the permit expiration?
Yes.
And in your experience, would the owners of this property have had any reason to know about a May 2025 expiration?
No, we were trying to
Well,
tie it in
Mr.
also.
Rand, wait a minute. How would he know specifically, because we really need to hear specifically about this project. Was he involved?
He's the general contractor.
But he hasn't been, they haven't executed an agreement with them at that time, had they?
No, at that time, no.
So he wasn't involved.
Mr.
Why are we
McHale,
asking, was he involved in this project?
he was not involved in the project.
Okay, so
at
I'm
that
on,
point in
I'm
the
trying to
20
understand his, how his testimony would be relevant.
All right, I'd like to present him as an expert witness on L&I permitting.
Okay, well, let's establish him as an expert then.
Yes, sir.
Thus far, you haven't done that.
Mr. McHale, how many L&I permits have you been involved with over your 20, 30 years of experience?
Really every job that I've worked with in the city. So we've been involved in probably over, like I said, 40, 50 different jobs.
And is that only at the Howe Group, or does that go back a ways?
No, I've worked for I was with Western Development Company in the early 2000s.
What was that name again? I didn't hear that.
Westrum
Western-
Development
oh, you
Company.
worked for Western- Okay.
And in your capacity as a general contractor at both companies, did you have responsibilities for submission of building permits?
Yes,
And did you have responsibility for executing jobs pursuant to issued building permits?
yes,
Have you ever dealt with obtaining permit extensions?
yes.
Could you approximate how many times you've had to obtain a permit extension?
Probably, I would say, probably over 10 times.
And have you interacted with L&I officials to discuss permit extensions?
Yeah, from time, like whether it's a building inspector or a supervisor or, yes. Mhm.
Are you generally familiar with the rules and regulations as they pertain to building permits?
Yes,
Are you generally familiar with the rules and regulations as they pertain to building permit extensions?
yes.
I would offer Mr. McHale as an expert on building permits in Philadelphia.
Mr. Fernandez, any objection or concern?
I would perhaps inquire as to his experience since Eclipse became the LNI system, but really, I don't even know if we need to get into that because
Okay.
if his testimony is going to be about the May 2025 expiration of the permit eventually, I would first and foremost just object to the relevance of that
No,
because
no. What I need you to comment on is whether he should be listed, noted as an expert witness.
I don't object to him being recognized as an expert on the permitting from the contractor perspective, specifically historically in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Mr. Rand, though, but I really want you to get to this May 25 issue.
I'm going to get there very quickly. So you heard testimony that on the Eclipse system, the marked date of expiry was October 2024.
Yes,
As a contractor, when you see that date, what do you expect will happen?
as a contractor,
Mhm.
you're not able to work.
Would you go on the property to work after the date that the permit is predicted to be expired?
No,
Would you have any reason to think that the permit was not going to expire? on the
I
date-
have to object to the leading nature of these questions.
If you could rephrase the question, please.
Sure. Based on the October 2024 date of expiration noted in Eclipse.
May.
Well, I believe we heard
Oh, I'm sorry.
October most recently. The dates are very
Okay.
confusing.
Yeah.
Having heard everything, when was this permit supposed to expire?
I don't know.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, no, but to answer your but your other question is, we look at this as, what's on Eclipse, what's with LNI, these are like our laws, our rules, regulations. So we take it very serious. We're working with, multiple departments, inspections. We wouldn't go on a site that we're not authorized to after a permit's expired and jeopardize everything else we're doing.
And after the permit expiration date, do you go back on Eclipse and keep checking afterwards to make sure it's still expired? How does that work?
If it's expired, unless you've been successful getting an extension or been notified an extension, there's no need to go back on Eclipse until you want to see it, rejuvenate again or replenish again.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, any cross?
No cross for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Any additional, wait, before that, any questions from anyone?
I just have a question, sir. Once you see the expiration date and the work hasn't started, you initially, being an expert and doing a lot of work in Philadelphia, you just go back and apply for another permit for that project, correct?
No, it depends. It depends the ownership. It depends the developer.
I'm referencing in reference to Eclipse and the permit. It has expired. You have not started the work. The time passes, and when you're ready to do the work or think about doing the work, you go back in the system to acquire another permit, yes or no?
An extension or?
To acquire another permit, that one has expired.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You can call your next witness.
I will call Gary Jones.
Sir, if you put your name on the record, please.
Gary Jonas.
Jonas. Oh, my
With an A.
apologies.
Yeah,
Would you
no
spell
problem.
that, please?
Jonas.
Okay, and if you would raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please proceed.
Mr. Jonas, what is your involvement in this project?
We have been brought on to be the development partner,
Who is we?
the Howe Group. I'm sorry, I'm the owner of the Howe Group.
HOW Group?
Correct.
Okay.
What does the Howe Group do?
We do development, construction, and property management in the city of Philadelphia
How long have you been doing that?
since 2006,
About how many projects have you worked on in Philadelphia?
over 100.
Could you just give us sort of a broad range of the types of projects you work on?
Sure, we started doing small duplexes in the city of Philadelphia, and now we do anything up to 150-unit new construction building.
Have you been involved in efforts to obtain financing for this project?
Yeah, we've been involved, yes.
And do you have an expectation whether you will obtain financing before the end of the year if building is permitted to start?
Yes, we're very confident that we can move the project forward now.
And what is that confidence based on?
This is what we do for a living, and we have, we run also one of the things we do outside of this is run a platform for our state chartered bank. So we are very good at underwriting and getting through that process and understanding what banks want. So we're very confident that what we've applied for will be approved and we can move forward.
And I would just object to the relevance of this. I understand why the appellant may want to introduce facts that go to the feasibility of them completing the project, but it's not relevant to the question that is before the board with this
Okay.
appeal.
The board will give it the weight that it deserves. We understood.
And I have
Thank
no
you, Mr.
further
Chairman.
questions.
Okay, before, any cross-examination, Mr. Fernandez?
No, none for this
Okay,
witness.
but I do have a couple questions for you, sir.
Sure.
Have you been involved with Mr. Townhill from the beginning, the inception of this?
No, I have not.
When did you become involved?
I've probably been helping advise him for maybe 12 months.
So you've been involved 12 months from today, backwards?
Yeah, I would think that's about
So
right.
this is 2025, and end of August, you became involved, the end of August 2024?
Probably, yeah, approximately.
Okay,
And
so you were not involved in obtaining financing earlier then?
no,
Okay.
I would unsolicited if I could just say that.
No, don't do that unless the attorney. It's important that you listen to the attorney, otherwise,
Fair enough.
Mr. Jonas, did you want to add anything?
no, I'm asking questions before we,
okay.
if you want to do redirect in a moment, you can.
Mhm.
Okay, so you believe fairly strongly, but do you have any written commitments or preliminary commitments from banks?
Yeah, we have term sheets for banks, yes.
Okay, but that has not been converted into a preliminary commitment?
Into a signed deal yet? No.
No, okay. And your understanding, in the development process, developers, contractors who act as developers
Sure.
get commitments from banks, often preliminary. They use that as a basis for hiring contractors and also submitting the permit applications, et cetera, right?
I mean, to go to the bank, but I don't know that we submit them to get permits from, like
Okay.
LNI doesn't care if we have financing, so no, we don't
Correct.
submit there.
So you can get permits at any time you choose to, just before, as long as you do it before you start construction.
Correct.
Okay, and your preliminary, does the preliminary require that you have permits in hand to get a preliminary commitment?
No,
You can do them subject to permits.
you can do them simultaneously, correct?
Okay, thank you. You want to do a redirect?
One question. Is there anything that you would like to add to your prior testimony?
Sure, just, I'd like to note that I was the prior president of the Building Industry Association, so worked very hard with LNI and the process of these building permits and getting them there. And my advice to Tim was, hey, look, we know that these extensions are for 6 months. Like, it's been very clear. Everybody said that. So I don't care what the system says. If this is up in 6 months and no work has been done, you don't go on this site, specifically when you filed for an appeal, because that's the last thing you want to do is get involved in a situation with LNI where maybe the system didn't get updated properly. And now you're doing work when you think you're not supposed to, because you got 6 months. You filed the appeal. You were clearly told to file the appeal. And my advice would be, don't do anything that could potentially create a problem, because this is our system. We know it's 6 months. If no work is done in 6 months, that permit should expire. That's the process.
Mr. Jonas.
Yes.
However, in June of 2020, July of 2024, the assumption was that the permit was still valid and available.
We asked
through-
for an inspection.
You can do work if you have the permit, right? So the inspection is to confirm that work is being done. That's my understanding.
The inspection is to show that work had been done on the site
Right,
and
so
to
they
give you
could
an
have been-
additional 6 months.
They could have been doing work from July 8th.
No.
Why not?
Because they asked for an inspection on the 6th. They were told on the 6th, hey, we're not extending this for you because you haven't shown enough work. And they said you should file an appeal. So when that happened and we were told, hey, you should file an appeal, we said, okay, great, we're going to start the appeal process. Then we stopped. Now, maybe we could have done some work while we were under the appeal process, but I would never recommend anybody to do work while you're appealing something. That's just
But
my
the
opinion.
appeal had nothing to do with the work, the foundation work. The
Correct.
appeal was, you could have started foundation.
We could have, but I
Site
don't.
work, brother.
I-
You could have started site work.
Correct, but you wouldn't do that if your financing was in jeopardy. So the,
So it's the financing that's really the issue.
well, no, the issue is that if you start a project with certain assumptions, one of which is that you're going to get this tax abatement, and then you file for the appeal, you get denied at the appeal, now the whole set of assumptions that you started doing work on are no longer valid. So you would stop at that point and say, hey, I'm not moving forward until I get this resolved. And even though technically I can do stuff, it wouldn't be prudent
So that's
to
a
do
business
it.
decision.
Sure, it's a business decision, 100%.
But the fact is, there was a valid permit in effect on July 8th, and the presumption, or at least based on everything I've heard today, that permit hadn't expired. And forget that the May date wasn't scheduled to expire till sometime in October or maybe even December of 2024.
That's correct.
So work could have been proceeding
That's correct.
And
in July, June, July, August, September, and into October, and asked, and again, a request made for another inspection, and that would have been a basis to, I guess, say the permit is valid and you can keep working because you're demonstrating that you're working under the permit.
I don't believe that's correct. I believe when they said cancel it on the 6th, no work has been done. I don't know. I shouldn't answer that. I don't know the answer to that question, but I understand where you're going. though.
Okay, any additional questions?
No.
Any cross-examination?
no cross-examination for this witness.
Okay, any additional witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay, the individual who was noted earlier who had the Eclipse account, is that individual present, or do you plan to call that person
No, Mr. Welsh is not involved in the project.
any longer?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, given that I think we've heard from all the witnesses, we'll request final argument from you, Mr. Rand, and then we'll hear from Mr. Fernandez, unless there's some interim testimony to be given. Anything from Mr. Fernandez?
No interim testimony, just argument.
Okay, all right, so, Mr. Rand?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would first request the opportunity to obtain the transcript and submit legal briefs because there are some complicated legal arguments here that I do think briefing would help flesh out, particularly the procedural issues. And I'm not sure that arguing them today is the most effective way to present them. So I would respectfully request the opportunity to submit a post-hearing brief.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, what's your response to that request?
My response would be that I disagree that the legal argument is too complicated to present to the board. I think it's actually, to the contrary, extremely simple. And I will once again read from Philadelphia Code A302.2 titled Suspension of Permit, because I think this one paragraph has all of the information that this board needs. Any permit shall become invalid if the authorized work is not commenced within 6 months after issuance of the permit, or if the authorized work is suspended or abandoned for a period of 6 months after the time of commencing the work. The code official is authorized for reasonable cause to extend in writing the time for commencing or suspending the work for a period not exceeding 6 months upon written request of the permittee. A maximum of 2 extensions for a total period not exceeding 12 months may be granted to extend the time to commence work. A maximum of 1 extension for a period not exceeding 6 months may be granted to extend time on suspended work. In order to proceed with work authorized by an expired permit, a new permit shall be obtained. It's one paragraph and it controls the situation entirely. Here, L&I didn't play hardball or give the developer or contractor a hard time over their request for extension. They granted the maximum number of extensions that the code allowed for. The 2 referenced in this specific statute, and then the 1 emergency COVID order extension. Beyond that, there's been a lot of noise made about May 20th of 2025 versus December of 2024.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, I don't want you to
Okay.
give your closing.
I apologize.
Okay.
I just snapped into closing.
Yeah,
argument
understood.
Total.
Yeah.
Anyways, I will just say, I am happy to brief the matter for the board if it is their request. I do
Well,
think that.
Let me respond, and I'll go to seek direction from council if I need to, but it's fairly clear to me what we need to do, and the issues were laid out. And so it's a matter of whether or not you believe the board has the authority to extend an expired permit. That's essentially at the core of your request, and there could be a lot of reasons to ask for that. We aren't here to pass judgment on why you want to ask that. But the other thing that controls our jurisdiction is action taken by the department. And so the issue is whether the department took action unfairly, whether it did something inappropriately, whether it didn't follow its own rules, whether it violated the code or something like that. And so if you could point that out to us, that would be helpful. We don't need briefing for that. If you could make your closing argument about how L&I erred in that damaged or injured your client.
Sure. In the heart of so much of what's been gone through today is the concept of due process and notice. It is quintessential. You cannot do business in the city in this kind of industry if you're not afforded certain rights and opportunities. The key to which in a regulated industry is to know what is going on. And if I've had trouble keeping straight the dates, who said what this piece of paper said, that piece of paper said. I mean, there were understandably appearances earlier today where people received the actual document that fairly clearly lays out what you need to do, where, and when. My client didn't have the benefit of a document like that. My client didn't have the benefit of knowing with any degree of certainty when his clock was going to expire. And in fact,
Okay, Mr. Grant, wait a minute. And my counsel will look at me and tell me whether I'm overstepping here. My concern is that the individual who had the Eclipse account, who would know all that stuff, you didn't call. So you didn't establish that, in fact, they didn't know.
there would be no reason for any human on this earth to know that this permit was going to expire a year after LNI said it was going to expire. Or at a minimum, 7 months after
Okay.
LNI said it was going to
Okay.
expire.
Okay.
And I could go on to every docket and make sure none of my clients are getting sued on a daily basis. But unless I have a reason to think that that may be happening, even though I'm going to be charged with notice of things that are public and generally known, there does come a point in time where the deciders, the triers, they have to say, well, what's reasonable here? Is it reasonable to say that LNI tells you your permit's going to expire in October 2024? But you should have known, assumed, believed that that was wrong and that you could have just kept working. Even if you went on to Eclipse and just nothing had happened, you're to assume that the date they gave you is wrong. What information can we rely on?
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, I would, I will actually keep it brief this time because I think I gave most of my thoughts earlier. I will say that in my recollection, the testimony given today, it was quite clear that Mr. Townhill was told by Supervisor Jowers that he had till December 2024 when the permit would expire. That is notice, and I don't know how additional time that was provided by the department in not expiring the permit for several months after that. I don't know how that could be construed as harm to the appellant. The real reason that the appellant is here is because he needed a fourth extension. At the time he took the appeal, he knew that the permit was still active and that if he started construction work, the permit would not be expired. If he started construction work by December, by 5 months later, the permit would not be expired. but that wasn't enough time. He wanted more time, and so he sought this appeal to the board. The code simply doesn't allow for that. It's quite clear in that paragraph that I read earlier. The language is not flexible. It is flexible with respect to that says that the department may give the extensions, but it is not flexible in that it sets a limit as to the extensions as modified by the COVID emergency orders. So the bottom line is this board is constrained by the law of the land, by the Philadelphia Code, and there really is no wiggle room that the code allows here. I haven't heard any argument contrary to that. The request is for the board to go beyond the constraints of the code because of what is essentially business concerns. And unfortunately for the appellant, the code is what controls here. Beyond that, I'll just very briefly, it's kind of been swept under the avalanche of other information. Just go back and touch upon my initial argument, which is for the board to have jurisdiction, there must be a notice or order provided by the department. Here, there was essentially a statement that there's not going to be a fourth extension provided. And then there's an internal report that I do believe Supervisor Jowers probably handed it to the contractor when they asked for some documentation. But the fact of the matter is that does not create an appeal right to the board, and the board doesn't have jurisdiction because there was no departmental notice or order resulting from an inspection that created an appeal right for the appellant.
Okay, thank you very much. We've heard the arguments and the witnesses. We will take a short recess to confirm. We will return in a moment. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, we're prepared to go back on the record. Mr. Fernandez, are you still with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Rand is here. And Mr. Kelly, are you ready for us? Thank you very much. Okay. We've had an opportunity to consider the presentation by both counsel as well as the witnesses. So we're now prepared to vote, and I just need to get my sheet. We will poll the board regarding HA 2024-002842, 500 North Christopher Columbus Boulevard, Timothy Townhill, doing business as 50 Spring Garden LLC. I will begin the vote. My vote is to dismiss this action. There is no appealable action taken by the department prior to the filing date of the present appeal.
I dismiss based on the same grounds.
I dismiss with concurrence of the chair.
I dismiss based on the same grounds.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This matter is resolved. As you know, sir, you have the right to appeal this decision to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you for your participation today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fernandez, your witnesses are excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Have a great evening,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you.
Okay.